being killed? What's being killed? What's being killed? What's being killed?
It's God. It's God. It's God. Not you. It's God. Not you.
Well. We got ourselves a fun topic today, ladies and gentlemen. We got ourselves an exciting topic. The Quran and its preservation. Here we go. Listen, I know we hear it all the time. We hear our favorite Muslims talk about it, and we hear, Christians talk about it, and I just wanted to talk about this today. I had a really good time on a Muslim Live yesterday, talking about whether or not the Quran was preserved and talking about its corruption. And man, oh man, I just couldn't wait to run it. I was jealous because my wife, she got to run this topic against 12 Muslims on the Dr. Dav show this weekend. And I just couldn't wait when we were doing our research and getting everything together with Giant DLC and preparing and stuff. I just couldn't wait to run the topic myself. So yes, Christina did a 1v12, one Christian versus 12 Muslims. It was supposed to be 20. It's supposed to be 20 Muslims, but 8 of the Muslims flaked at the very last minute. They flaked at the very last minute. And by the way, they all get the prompts ahead of time. They get the prompts ahead of time. They get to prepare. And so when the mu'mininas, yeah, that's better. When the mu'mininas saw the prompts, saw the topics, the very last day, the very last minute, they decided to flake. So instead of it being 20, it ended up being 12. But it was still fun. And so shout out to the Muslim ladies who ended up showing up and stood their ground. Shout out to them, because it's not easy to do that, especially with the culture of Islam, because you will get ostracized for being incorrect and bullied and clowned if you didn't have the right hijab on and stuff like that. So shout out to the Muslim ladies who were bold enough to stand up and have the conversation. They were very kind as well. So shout out to them. But man, was that fun to watch. That was so fun to watch. So I thought, why not myself do the same topic? Why can't I do the same topic? I mean, just an entire live stream dedicated to this, because my goodness, let's go. So if you are a Muslim, if you're a mu'minun or a mu'minina, and you believe that the Quran is perfectly preserved, letter for letter, dot for dot, or whatever it is that you believe, you are welcome to join the stage and tell me how I am incorrect. Okay? We'll be letting guests up on TikTok and letting guests up on the Tube of You. So make sure you guys hit that link only if you are Muslims. Okay? Let's go ahead and get to some super chats before I bring up our first couple of guests and see what they have to say, see what they bring. Faith Questions Official says, please tell me you have seen the comedian that posted the pit bulls are like Muslims stand-up clip. Annie, what is it? I don't know how to say that name, but Wexler is her name. So great. Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. I have not seen that. Happy birthday to me. I'm giving out gifts. Use this toward doing something you and your wife, for you and your wife. God bless you both. Amen to that. Man, happy birthday to you, man. Happy birthday. God bless you, man. May he bless you with many more. The fact that you're giving to the ministry on your birthday is amazing, man. I appreciate that, brother. Happy birthday to you, man. I hope you enjoy it. We got Light Goes Live in the building. Make sure y'all subscribe to Light Goes Live, another young brother on the rise in Christian apologetics. He says, my goat, Avery, you make me feel like a proud Baba. Wow. Really? Where can I find these songs? Oh, yes. If you guys want the songs that we use, the apologetic songs, the apologetic hits, you can find them on Apple Music. You can find them on Spotify. You can just put in, if you just search it on Spotify or on Apple Music, iTunes, just put in "We Just Read," and the song will come up, and then you can obviously get connected to the album that dropped with it. Okay, so put in "We Just Read" in on Spotify or on iTunes or Apple Music, and it'll take you to the album. Okay, and so all of you guys can download the songs. You guys can all give a listen to it. They're available, and the Word and I will be dropping a new little EP pretty soon with some new hits, right? With some new hits, and that's where we get one of the new hits right here, man, that we played last time. Hold on, where is it? This one right here.
Bro, wait a second, you said what? What you talking about? I think your brain just turned to mush. Here you might be talking, but your brain can knock you bull. Flag up on the play, bro, I'ma have to write you up. Hey, what did he say? That's going in the red book. What did he say? That's going in the red book. What did he say?
That's one of the new ones that's going to be on the next drop. So make sure you guys stay tuned. Word and I dropping some heat. Man, I love this squad, man. I love this squad. All right, let's see who else we got. 1 Corinthians 10:13. If God is on our side, who can stop us? Truly. Exactly. Thank you for that super sticker. Stumbled onto your channel about 2 weeks ago, and I can't get enough. 1 Corinthians 13:1. All glory to Jesus. Hey, thank you so much for hooking on to the channel. Welcome to the ministry. Welcome to the ministry. I'm happy that you're entertained and blessed at the same time. That's what we do here. That's what we do here. Hijab took it way too far, and you didn't stoop. We just read. He showed everyone who he really is. The Muslim fanboys clapped, but the ones on the fence, that seed of doubt was planted. God bless you. Yeah, hijab, man, I'm telling you, man. You deal with guys like Sheikh Uthman, habitual liars, deceivers, people like Flippiano, liars, deceivers, slanderers, and the like. It goes on. Hijab he's the first one that really made my face like what's wrong with you? Now, like, for all of them, like, there's something wrong with all of them. Don't get me wrong. Like, all of them are straight weirdos, liars, weirdos, like depraved human beings. Hijab is on another level, man. Hijab is on another level of depravity. Like, that man is truly reprobate. You know what I'm saying? Like, God took his hand off of him and was like, go into your own desires. That's like what we're like looking at. Insane depravity. I haven't seen nothing like it on this type of public scale, So pretty disturbing stuff, man. Only a miracle from God can save that man and restore him, because he is gone. He is gone. When are you going live for ex-Jehovah's Witnesses brother? That would be, I'm going to try to do that this week, like on a Thursday. I'm going to try to set it up for Thursday. Let's see. Woe to those that write the book with their own hands, saying it's from God. That's Uthman's perfect copy. Exactly. Mrs. Logic cooking. Yes, she was. She was doing her thing. Doing God's work. God bless you, brother. Have y'all ever thought of doing a Bible study? Yeah, actually. Yeah, but that Bible study would be huge, It won't just be like a little intimate 10, 20, 30 people. That'll be a huge Bible study. All right, let's read a few more and then we'll get some guests up. And see, God bless you. God bless you, GL from South Africa. Amen. Hey, shout out to South Africa. You're from the AV. Got to hear that story. Yeah, man. Yep. Pretty much raised in Lancaster, California, man. In the Antelope Valley. That's right. The T-Rex was the first Muslim. That's funny. I hope the ones who flaked learn something while researching and leave Islam. Yeah, I hope so too. My friend Abbas wrote in his dissertation that Momo's camel ate the previous books and spilled out the remnants. He got his PhD. That's solid. It's facts only in the house says no degrees, no diplomas. Hey man, that's why we call out. That's why it's the unlettered Christian. All right, let's go ahead and bring up Muhammad, who is the first to try to join. How you doing, Muhammad?
Yo, can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you nice and clear, man.
Good. So just to quickly, I saw your topic a while ago, and I've been looking for something specific. So I'm an ex-Muslim. It's just a quick question. It wouldn't even.
Oh, you're an ex-Muslim. Okay.
Yes, I'm an ex-Muslim. I'm from South Africa. I do ministry now. I've been stepping into apologetics. So there's a hadith that speaks about a verse that was removed, not the suckling. I believe it's related to Sahih Bukhari or it's other in Al-Baqarah. That's all I remember about the hadith. But it speaks about somebody reciting a verse from the Quran. And so after that, they couldn't find it, which speaks on the corruption of the Quran.
I'm sorry. I say that last part again. They were looking for what verse?
So the verse speaks about somebody that was reciting a portion of the Quran, but they couldn't find it in the afterwards. They couldn't find it. It's a hadith that explains it.
Yeah. That's what we're going to get into, actually. You're talking about the hadith where Abu Musa used to recite passages in the Quran and he only remembered a portion, and that it doesn't exist anymore.
yeah, it's not in the Quran anymore.
Yep, we're going to get into a bunch of stuff like that today. So you stay tuned, bro. We're going to be showing all those sources and those hadiths that show that stuff. Not the second stuff.
Do you know where the hadith is specifically?
Sahih Muslim 1050.
1050. Okay, thank you so much, Avery. God bless your brothers.
God bless you too, man.
God bless your life.
Take care, brother.
God bless you too, bro.
All right. Shout out to the Muslims who leave Islam and are ex-Muslims and coming to Christ on the daily. Awesome stuff. All right. Let's try to get up Ahmed. How you doing? Ahmed, you are on stage. Ahmed, going once. Going twice. All right. Kay, you are on stage. Kay, Hidden Edge, you're on stage. Going once. Going twice. What's up with that, man? What you doing to these people? Why you got these people running away?
You got like 6 of them in there too.
Yeah, I mean, they ain't coming up. It's because of you.
It ain't because of me.
Finding Truth, welcome back.
Hey, what's up, man? How we doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Remind me, you are Muslim, right?
Hey, man. I did hear your headline, but I just feel like virtually, as a man, I owe you a very sincere apology. I'm not going to, take up too much of your time. I spoke with your brother right there live a few days ago on Wednesday, just this past week, and we were trying to get you on the live just so that way I can give you that apology. And that time when you and I had spoke back in December of 2025, I know you go through a lot of people. My username was Boars, and I know I gave you that whole testimony of my journey back and forth, but excuse my language. I was a piece of shit. Like after, you and I had that discussion, I went back, on the enemy side, the best way to describe it. I ended up going back to Islam, and, it just turned out to be a fucking joke for myself. And, as a man, sorry, bro. And I just wanted to give you a sincere apology, because you took time to hear my story out. You took time to just not judge me at all and to give me the truth of what I thought at that time was truth. And then I ended up just going against you completely. But not only that, I went against my own salvation at the end of the day. And I just had to learn the hard way. But I told Life everything on the stream on Wednesday. And, I'm doing what I can, the best that I can by just, digging in the scriptures and just doing what I can for me. But I just owed you a huge apology, man. You know, just as a man, virtually.
Well, I mean, I appreciate that, but it's brother, it's not me that you got to repent to.
Yeah, no, and it's me at the end of the day. It's my own salvation. You know what I got to do for my life. You know, but I just, you know, it was eating me up because, you know, you took time to help me out the best that you could from a virtual perspective. You know what I'm saying at that time.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you sharing that, man. It takes a lot of bravery to come up and repent like that. And so I definitely accept your apology, man. I love you and I want the best for you. And I hope that you grow in the true God, man. Grow in the true God. Do not cling to him, man. Don't let him go.
Yeah. Okay? No, for sure. I told Life the same thing, bro. You know, I picked up a CSB Bible the other day. I've been diving into that. I actually started Matthew. I told Life that I was going to connect with him once I got that finished. I'm barely 10 chapters in on Matthew. I'm about 30 chapters in on Genesis, and just been taking notes when I can. So I'm just keeping that to myself, but I just wanted to expose my apology, you know, sincerely to you. And just keep me in your prayers, man. Keep me in your prayers for sure.
Yeah, we keep praying for you, Boris. No problem, man. We keep praying for you.
All right, brother.
No hate here. We love you, man. We love you. All right.
Awesome. Yeah, love you guys too, man. All right. Well, I'm gonna jump out the box and I'm gonna hang out in the comments. So see you guys later.
Care, all right, brother. Yeah, that's when you and Christina was out. I was telling you to come up to the stage. He had left Islam and, you know, gave him some scriptures, told him to read the Bible and stuff.
Yeah, I remember Boris. Oh, that's what you're saying. Oh, we got a brother who left Islam.
That was him.
Okay, that was Boris. Okay, so he left Islam again. Nice. All right, Ahmed, you're back. Ahmed, you're on stage, man. You came back. I don't understand. Like, you guys are hitting the link coming into the stream, and you're not ready to go. What is this? Adiel.
His device not connected.
IB, your device has to connect. New Islam, you're on stage.
Hey, man.
How you doing?
Good, you?
I'm pretty good, man. Pretty good.
So you ask people if they're Muslims or not. I'm actually a part of a very new sect of Islam.
Cool. Do you believe the Quran?
Yeah, I'm the leader of it. And I was in my basement.
One more try, Ahmed. Last try, man. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna just go ahead and ban you, man. So unmute. You're on stage, Ahmed. Unmute your mic, please. Man, what is up with this topic, man? This topic is bringing in trolls and you know, whatever this is. Let's go ahead and get Ahmed out of here. Skate Parks, are you a Muslim, bro?
Yeah.
How long you been a Muslim?
Oh, no, I'm not a Muslim. I was having trouble hearing you.
Okay, yeah, this is for Muslims only, guys. I know that's what the link says for you guys to hit that. It's crazy. All right, let's bring up somebody from TikTok. Maybe we got some participants there. Let's see. Please only request if you're a Muslim, man. If you guys believe that the Quran is preserved, I don't like. What is it? Can we get a Muslim to talk about this or not? What is happening?
We'll go ahead and ban dude. Yeah, get him out of here. He keep coming back.
This is insane. I haven't had this much trouble to get a guest to speak in a long time. Shreddin, you're on stage. You can you hear us?
Yeah, bro, I can hear you.
You Muslim?
Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm sorry, bro. I just want to ask you a question.
Ain't no way.
Bruh, nah. I'm just sitting here watching this in real time, bro. I'm just waiting for it to be over. That's why I ain't saying nothing. There's no way.
There's no way in the world. Guys, if you're not a Muslim, do not request up. Please and thank you. I love you guys. Don't request up if you're not a Muslim. You're not going to speak. Respect the life.
How's it going, guys? Can you hear me well?
What's up, Clay?
I'm chilling.
You're chilling?
Yeah. So I want to address your prompt, the topic.
Yes, the Quran's not preserved. It's corrupted.
Okay, so what do you mean by corrupted? In what sense? And
there are chapters missing, verses missing. It's gone.
Which verses are missing?
Which verses?
Yes.
Would you agree that if there are verses and chapters missing in your Quran, that it's corrupted?
Yeah. What do you mean by missing? Like
they're gone. They don't exist in your Qurans today, but they used to exist before.
Yeah. Give me an example.
Okay. So one example is the 5 sucklings. Are you familiar with that?
It was abrogated.
The 5 sucklings was abrogated?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes, they were.
The 5 sucklings were abrogated? What, do you have a source that says that?
The suckling verses and the stoning verses are abrogated.
Do you have a source that says that the suckling verses were abrogated?
Yeah, I mean, you want me to look for right now, or do you want to show evidence to the contrary?
Okay, yeah. You agree that abrogation cannot happen after Muhammad, right? After he dies?
Sure.
Okay. So, according to Aisha, the suckling verses, suckling grown men to make a marriage unlawful, suckling like adults.
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the last thing you just said?
Suckling adults, like suckling adults to make the marriage unlawful.
You don't suckle. Are you saying suckle as in physical contact between man and woman? Is that what you're saying?
That's what suckle means. Suckle means to put a nipple in your mouth.
Yeah, it's not what that refers to at all.
That's exactly what it's referring to.
So,
it's talking about breast. It's literally breastfeeding adults. That's what the chapter's called.
You're saying in Islam, right? Women have to cover up and not touch their, men of opposite sex, but they can suckle men at the same time.
They can suckle men, yes.
Do you think that makes sense?
Yeah. Hey, look, that's your religion, not me. I don't know if you can see it. Can you see the screen? Is it a little blurry for you, or is it okay?
A little bit blurry, but you can just read it to me.
I'll read it. Yeah. So the chapter is called "Breastfeeding Makes Unlawful What Birth Makes Unlawful." So it's about breastfeeding. And we all know what breastfeeding means, right?
Yeah. So So are you trying to argue that this verse was not abrogated, or are you trying to argue that it's like physical, like suckling?
Well, we already know it's already physical suckling. I'm just showing you that these verses existed in the Quran and then they're gone.
Yeah,
okay, so look. So we go to. Here's the example. Look, Aisha reported that Salah bint Sahel came to Allah's apostle and said, Messenger of Allah, I see on the face of Abu Hudayfa signs of disgust on entering of Salim, who's an ally, into our house. Whereupon Allah's apostle said, suckle him. She said, how can I suckle him as he is a grown-up man? See? You don't see how? So he continues and says, Allah's messenger smiled and said, I already know that he is a young man. Amr has made this addition in this narration that he participated in the Battle of Badr. And in the narration of Ibn Umar, the words are, Allah's messenger laughed. So, this young man used to come into the house of Abu Hudayfa, and when he was around his wife, he didn't like that. He was uncomfortable with that. And so Muhammad's advice to solve this was for her to suckle him so that she can be unlawful to him. And that will solve all their problems.
Okay. So are you arguing that this is abrogated, or are you just saying it's physical suckling?
So you're saying that this is abrogated. So I'm about to show you that it's not, okay?
So yeah, if you could show me just one scholar that agrees with your interpretation, I'll accept it.
Sure, you would agree that Aisha's a scholar, right? What's funny?
Yeah. So show me where Aisha says it's a physical suckling.
Okay. So Aisha is a scholar. We agree?
Of course.
All right. So watch what Aisha says about the verses. Aisha reported that it had been revealed in the Holy Quran that 10 clear sucklings make the marriage unlawful. Then it was abrogated by 5 sucklings. For those who don't know what abrogation means, it means substituted or whatever. Okay, replaced. So the 10 suckling verses were abrogated by 5 suckling verses, and Allah's apostle died. And it was before that time, before he died, it was found in the Holy Quran.
Yeah, so 2 things. Number 1, I asked you to bring a scholar that says a physical suckling, but if you don't want to address that, we can address
If you don't know, if you're gonna deny that breastfeeding is not physical, then that's on you. You can play with that all you want. That's not my argument right now for the day. If you're as a Muslim, if you don't know what breastfeeding is and suckling, that's fine.
So
no worries. No, you can have that. You can have however you think suckling is. I do not care. Where are the 5 suckling verses? Because
you said it was a physical suckling.
According to Aisha, the 5 suckling verses were still in the Quran when Muhammad died.
Cool. So Aisha was not part of the council that determined the canon of the Quran. So different people can have different understandings. But once they all got together, they came up with the final codex, because she might not have known it was abrogated. And then
wait, so you're saying that Uthman then abrogated it, not Muhammad?
No. So in the Quran, the Uthman Quran was written physically, because the Quran was not a codex until.
No, I'm asking who abrogated the 5 sucklings, because Aisha says it was still there in the Quran even after Muhammad died. So where it could not have been abrogated because Muhammad's dead.
Yeah.
Right.
So that was her understanding at the time that she narrated the hadith. But obviously, since we have the Uthmani Quran right now, that means it was abrogated. She probably just didn't know about it.
Wait, so hold on. So just saying you have the Uthmanic Quran that doesn't have these verses just means that it was abrogated? Based on what? That just shows it was corrupted. Because Aisha, the mother of believers, your scholar, says that they were in the Quran before Muhammad died. And then, so they couldn't have been abrogated. He's gone.
Yeah, you understand, before the Prophet died, there was no physical written codex of the Quran. So when they say in the Quran, that means in the memory and the recitation of those who memorized.
There weren't texts of the Quran existing around?
Yeah, there wasn't like a physical unified codex. The Quran,
I didn't ask about a unified codex. Were there manuscripts of the Quran all around, all over the place?
Not entire Quran, though.
So there were not. So Muhammad didn't have scribes writing down the Quran.
Yeah, but there wasn't a unified entire codex.
So guess what? So Aisha says that this actually, she did have a script of this. You want to know what happened to it?
What happened?
A goat ate it.
Yeah, that was the stoning verses.
Well, no, not just the stoning verses.
One second. Even if a goat ate
it wasn't just the stoning verses, it was also the suckling verses, the breastfeeding verses. You want to see?
Even if the goat ate the physical paper, the Quran is a recitation. It's a memorized recitation.
So why don't you guys still memorize the verse? Can you recite it for me?
It's not in the Quran. It's abrogated. It's obviously abrogated.
Okay, so where do you get it that it was abrogated? Because it was, when Muhammad died, it was still there. So where do you get this idea that it was abrogated?
Okay, still where? You said it's still there.
Let's do this again.
Physical codex.
5 sucklings, and Allah's apostle died, and it was before that time found in the Holy Quran. Cool. So that's where it was, in the Quran.
Okay, so would you agree that before the Prophet died, there was no physical codex that was known as?
No, you still use. If you mean by codex a compiled book, then sure, that didn't exist. But you still had manuscripts of the Quran all over the place.
Well, is she referring to the manuscripts when she
says Quran, it's found in the Quran, and she had a manuscript of these verses.
Okay, so
where do you see abrogation? Where does Muhammad abrogate it? Because he's dead. He can't abrogate it.
So the word Quran means recitation. So she's talking about the oral recitation.
Where does it say that? She said it's found in the Holy Quran.
Quran means recitation.
It's found in the Holy Quran.
Yeah, recitation, that's what Quran means. So anyway, I told you, I gave you the answer. It was abrogated.
Take care of yourself. You sure did give me the answer.
Oh, what was it? That was TikTok, right?
Yeah.
Oh man.
You sure did give me the answer.
He destroyed himself by saying that it existed in, different writings of other companions or people that had a specific script. But then by the time that the Quran got compiled, it didn't make it in there.
Do you hear that?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
The heck? Mac, you're on stage. You're on TikTok. No, so repeat that last thing that you said.
I can't. Oh, you telling me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was probably going to bot out if I asked him this anyway, but he just basically proved that the Quran is corrupted, literally by denying what logic was trying to tell him about the verse. He agreed that there were people who had their own understanding of what Muhammad said written down, and by the time that it got compiled in the Uthmanic Codex, it didn't make it.
Nope, didn't make it.
That's not abrogation. That's corruption.
That's corruption. It was abrogated. It was abrogated. Let's see here. Please only request up if you are a Muslim, guys. Please and thank you. That's just warming up a bit. Okay. These people, bro. Muslim, you're on stage. Muslim, Kusai, Abu Halal. You're on stage, man. What is up going on? Saeed Muhammad, you're on stage.
Yeah, hi, how are you doing?
How you doing? I'm pretty good. How are you?
Good. How's everything?
Man, excellent. Thanks for asking.
All right. You want to ask me? Do you want me to ask you? What do you want to?
Oh, well, I'm just saying that the Quran is not preserved. It's been corrupted. If you, you disagree with that?
I disagree with that, yeah.
Are you a Sunni Muslim?
Yeah, I'm a Muslim, yeah.
Okay. So why do you disagree with that?
Because to prove corruption, you have to prove that people after revelation change the verses.
Mm-hmm.
And you can. I heard your argument with the previous caller.
Mm-hmm.
So that doesn't really prove. It just proves that Aisha, this was abrogated closer to the death of the Prophet.
Oh, do you have like a reference that Muhammad abrogated the 5 sucklings? Because we see that that the 10 sucklings were abrogated.
Yeah, so the reference is the consensus of all the companions who put together the Quran verses.
All the companions didn't put together the Quran verses. You have different companions who had different Qurans and different Quran verses.
Yeah, the process of putting together the verses, it was a very strict.
I lost you. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
Yeah. I was saying the process of compiling the Quran, it required that several companions memorize the verses. Several companions.
That's not true.
In the order.
That's not true.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, the compilation of the Uthmanic manuscript took. What happened is they needed Hafsa's copy to then copy that. And then that's what they sent out. It didn't have anything to do with memory. It was not relying on memory with that. And then you have Ibn Masud, who disagreed with that compilation because he was left out of the committee when he's one of the ones who Muhammad says that you have to learn the Quran from. And Uthman left him out of the committee.
Yeah, that's not accurate. When someone disagrees with a certain process, it doesn't mean that they disagree with what verses was put in. If you have a specific hadith for Ibn Mas'ud saying that the Quran that was compiled is wrong, please feel free to.
Can I show you that the people who learned from Ibn Mas'ud disagrees with what is in your Quran today?
Not people who learned from Ibn Mas'ud. Of course, there is going to be a lot of people throughout the years. They are saying,
no, not throughout the years. I'm talking about direct people who recite as Ibn Mas'ud. Like Ibn Mas'ud taught them the Quran, and then you have other companions like Abu Darda who comes to him and is also reciting it like Ibn Masud and even appealing to Ibn Masud. So for the correct rendering of how to recite the Quran. And there's one instance where they go over this, and they disagree with the people who is reciting a verse differently, which happens to be how your Quran has it today. And so Ibn Masud's camp and Abu Darda's camp disagreed with your Quran today. I can show you that. Oh, brother, what do you keep doing?
You can't hear me?
I can hear you now, but you keep like I don't know, dropping out or something.
I have no idea. I'm not even touching the phone. I'm just speaking over the earphones. I'll stop moving. Maybe when I move it.
Yeah. Okay, but yeah. So would you like to see the example of where?
Yeah, if you have an example of Abdullah ibn Mas'ud saying that there are mistakes in the Quran, yeah, please bring that.
Well, okay. So I'm gonna show you them disagreeing with what your Quran has today. It's crazy, man. I put in the exact stuff, and the words, the hadith that I want does not come right up. So I have to do it by other means. Let me see real quick. Give me a second. Got this hadith saved elsewhere. All right. I believe it's in Bukhari, though. It's in Bukhari.
I think I know the ones that you're gonna. There are two hadith for Ibn Mas'ud. There are two hadith for Ibn Mas'ud that I'm sure you're gonna bring one of them. But
so this one is Sahih Bukhari 4944.
Okay, give me a second.
I'll put it on the screen so we can all look at it.
Bukhari. Say again, 49 what?
4944.
I'm getting a different hadith. 4944.
4944 on sunnah.com.
Okay.
Yeah, I can put it on the screen if you want to see it as well.
Just got it. I just got it now. Reading.
Okay. I said Abu Darda. I misspoke there. It's Alkama. All right. No. It is Abu Darda in this one. It's Alkama in another. All right. So here it is. Sahih Bukhari 4944. Narrated Ibrahim.
Yeah.
And what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to have on this side, I'm going to have what your Quran says today and show you how they disagreed with this reading. Okay. Can I get this thing off? What is this? Stupid ads. Anyway. Okay. So, narrated Ibrahim, the companions of Abdullah bin Masud came to Abu Darda. He looked for them and found them. Then he asked them, "Who among you can recite as Abdullah recites it?" They replied, "All of us." He asked, "Who among you knows it by heart?" They pointed at Alqamah. Then he asked Alqamah, "How did you hear Abdullah bin Masud reciting Surah Al-Layl, the night?" That's chapter 92, verse 3. All right. Alqamah recited, "By the male and the female." All right. By the male and the female. Abu Darda said, "I testify that I heard the Prophet reciting it likewise, but these people want me to recite it, and by him who created male and female." but by Allah, I will not follow them. Right?
Yes.
So the people that he's denying, and he's saying that they have the wrong recitation, that's not what he learned from Muhammad, is the same way that we find it in the Quran today.
So this is an example. That's why I said at the beginning we need the definition what you mean by corruption. And so when you have a verse, right? So first off, you know the 10 qira'at, right? And I heard you several times before. You're saying these are 10 different Qur'ans, but these are 10 qira'at, 10 different ways of reciting the Qur'an, right? And I know that in some of them, and I know I'm taking a long route, but I'm trying to answer your hadith here in a way that hopefully is going to answer all of these different what you would call them conflicts. So I heard you using this one a lot of time. For example, بَلْ عَجِبْتُ وَيَسْخَرُونَ بَلْ عَجِبْتُ وَيَسْخَرُونَ. I was amazed, you were amazed.
I'm not even talking about that right now.
I know that's why I'm coming back to this, but
okay.
The point at the end is the different qira'at. Corruption means that I'm changing. There is a meaning that doesn't make sense. There is something that is wrong.
That's not just what corruption is.
Yeah, corruption. If you hear a sentence that gives you two different meanings, using the same sentence, it can give you two different meanings. Both are right. Both are consistent with the Islamic doctrine, with the Islamic belief.
Yeah, but which one was said?
That's a linguistic miracle.
Yeah, which one was said? Because just saying. So you're. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
okay.
Ahead.
If you have, because you were saying that the companions agreed with what went into the Codex, what went into the Quran.
Yes.
I'm showing you that the companions did not agree. And here's one example.
What you brought in here is not a companion. That's someone who's
Abu Darda is not a companion. Abu Darda is not a companion.
You let me read it again. Maybe I.
Okay. Look, Abu Darda said. Look, we can read it from here. Abu Darda said, I testified that I heard the Prophet reciting it likewise. So he's a companion of Muhammad. He learned directly from Muhammad. But these people,
Abu Darda is a companion, yeah.
Right. But these people want me to recite it, and by him who created male and female. But by Allah, I will not follow them.
Yeah.
He disagreed with them.
Yeah. So the Prophet ﷺ taught the Quran in different styles. And he told us that you can read it with whatever style is easier for you. So
brother, you're not listening to me. I'm addressing the I'm sorry.
So
I'm addressing the direct point of you saying that the companions did not disagree about what went into the Quran, and I'm showing you the companions definitely disagreed. Here's one example.
The companion heard the Prophet ﷺ reciting the Quran in different styles, and everyone might have heard something different. That doesn't mean that there's corruption. To prove corruption, do you agree
the
meaning is wrong?
Do you agree that you have a companion disagreeing with what is in your Quran today?
No,
Wow.
I don't agree with that because to say that it's different than what we have today, it means that the meaning is not consistent with what we have today.
Okay, let's do this again. Abdullah recites it. They replied, all of us, yada yada yada. Then he asked them, how did you hear Abdullah bin Masud reciting Surah Al-Lail, chapter 92, verse 3? Alqamah recited by the male and the female. That's completely different from, and by him who created the male and female. Those are extra words, swearing by different character. Here he's swearing by the male and the female. Here he's swearing by him who created the male and the female. That's completely different. Now,
that's right.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not completely different. The meaning
it is completely different.
Who created male and female?
That's not the question. Who is he, brother? Who is he swearing? Who does the verse say he's swearing by? Is it by the male and the female, or is it by him who created the male and the female? Which one is it?
The creator of the male, the male and the female are miraculous creation of God.
That's
so
not-
whether you're
that's not
swearing
the
by
question,
the creation
bro.
of God or whether you're swearing by God, it doesn't conflict with the doctrine.
So just really quick, if I swear by the male and the female,
No, not you,
is-
not you. God can. You can't. You can.
okay.
only swear
So
by
if
God.
Allah swears by himself, is that
That's
him?
right.
Is that him swearing? Is that equal to him swearing by the male and the female?
In the Quran, God swears by himself many times. God swears
That's not what
by
I.
his creation
Okay,
many times.
Said, respectfully, my
It's
brother.
not the same. It's
Hold on.
not the same. No,
Thank
it's not
you.
the same.
Thank you for that's
course
all I
it's not the
need.
same.
I need direct answers. So it's not the same. Thank
Yes,
you.
it's not the same.
All right. So Abu Darda, he disagrees with one of the readings.
That's
He
right.
disagrees with the one that says by
Yes.
him who created the male and female, right?
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Abu Darda, the companion of the Prophet, disagrees with what
That's
is in your Quran today, right?
He disagrees with the qira'ah that you have in the Quran today. But when you
Thank
say
you.
by what
Go
by
ahead, I'm
the
listening.
qira'ah, he disagrees by the. I thought you were gonna hang up with me.
No.
Usually when people say thank you like this, it means okay, you're done here. You're out of here. I'm gonna.
No. Go ahead.
All right. He disagrees with the qira'ah. He disagrees. He heard it differently. So my point again is that's why I was.
Before you move forward, is there
Go ahead.
any qira'at that records it the way that Abu Darda has it?
There are
agrees with?
there are
And Ibn
there are
Masud?
there are 10 different qira'at, and there is what's called anomalous readings. Anomalous readings mean that it didn't meet the standard of the double verification.
That's not what I'm
why
asking. Do any of your qira'at
I-
that you have access to today
I told you that. There are
have
the
it
10
as
different-
Ibn Masud and Abu Darda had it?
No, because it
Thank
didn't
you.
meet the double verification standard. This
According
one
to
didn't
who?
meet the double
According to
verification
who?
standard.
According to who?
According to the companions committee who compiled
Where?
the
What?
verses.
See, that's my thing. Who did Muhammad tell you to learn the Quran from?
From the companions.
I'll tell. Look, here's Jamiat Tirmidhi 38110. Narrated Abdullah bin Amr. The Messenger of Allah said, "Take the Quran from four: from Ibn Masud,
That's right.
from Ubay bin Ka'b, from
bin
Mu'ad
Ka'b,
bin Jabal, and from
Yes.
and Salim, the freed slave of Abu Hudayfa."
Now,
Now answer me this: Are
Yes, sir.
any of these men part of the committee that decided what goes into that manuscript Uthman made up?
I honestly don't know. I can search it really
Fair
quickly,
enough.
but I don't
It's
know.
okay. The answer is no. The
Okay.
answer is no. None of these
Okay.
men who Muhammad told you to take the Quran from was part of the committee of what went into the Quran and what was not authentic. So when we have here, we have one of the men. Look, Ibn Masud. We have one of the men here who recited the Quran, who had a reading of the Quran that's different from what you have today. And from what Uthman, I guess if you're saying that yours goes back to Uthman's manuscript, different from what Uthman had. And Ibn Masud was one of the ones that Muhammad told you to get the Quran from. Not Uthman, not Zayd bin Thabit, not Hisham, not none of those guys. So if we're going with what Muhammad said, if I go with Muhammad and he told me, take the Quran from Ibn Masud, then why in the world is it in your Quran today other than what Ibn Masud had?
Yeah, because so a couple of these companions were already dead by the time. So I mean, for Muslims, we don't really worship companions, and just because the Prophet said something about the companions mean that we have to put them in a higher status than everyone else. The Quran was recited and memorized by thousands of people. So and the consensus among Muslims is a much higher standard than taking it from one specific or two specific
What
companions.
consensus are you talking about? That's what I'm asking. Notice this. Is Muhammad just blowing smoke here when he tells you to get the Quran from Ibn Masud? Is he just blowing smoke?
Abdullah ibn Mas'ud is one of the companions whom I know you're familiar with Ibn Kathir and all of these Mufassirin. They take a lot of the understanding of the Quran from Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. So it's not like his heavily involved and heavily used in Islamic literature.
So
but it doesn't
if
mean that. And Ibn Mas'ud himself didn't speak in this hadith. That's someone who said, I heard.
yeah,
Ibn
it's the
Mas'ud
people
saying
who
it
are
this way.
reciting it exactly like how Ibn Mas'ud, because they learned
that's
they're direct students of Ibn Mas'ud. They recite it like him.
Yeah, but there are hundreds and thousands of companions. To think that not a single one is gonna miss one letter from another companion.
So notice this. Notice the man. I don't even know how to explain this. What you have to do, Said, to.
By the way, Ibn Mas'ud was in Iraq at this time, so he was
just
not
really quick.
even in
If you go against what Ibn Mas'ud said in the Quran and how he recited the Quran, if you go against it,
yes,
are you wrong in the Quran?
No, I'm not wrong in the Quran. The Quran is the word of God. Not the word of Ibn
So
Mas'ud.
I got you. So when Muhammad says take the Quran from Ibn Mas'ud, he's blowing smoke. Huh? He's just talking out the side of his neck. Huh? This don't matter. This don't really mean nothing. Do it.
So if I say like this is a good teacher, listen to him, and then you have 1,000 other teachers who said this is actually the way that we heard it, you are now obligated to listen to the one teacher that I pointed.
You are listen. You are if Muhammad tells you, hey, take the Quran from this guy, but you got other guys disagreeing with that guy Muhammad told you to go to, which one is right?
Why are you fixated on Ibn Mas'ud? He mentioned 4 different companions in this.
Why am I fixated on Ibn Mas'ud?
Told you to take from him, bro. What?
Why am I fixated on Ibn Mas'ud?
There are 4 companions in this hadith that you have on the screen.
So I'm gonna ask it again.
Doesn't the Quran tell you to obey Muhammad?
Yeah, of course, 100%.
Okay, so are you disobeying Muhammad right now by saying that you don't have to take from Ibn Mas'ud?
Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, again, his work is the main source of tafsir for people.
Can you reject Ibn
making tafsir for
Mas'ud?
hadith
Can you reject his reading or not, man?
Can I reject what?
Can you reject or go against Ibn Mas'ud's Quran?
I'll tell you this answer in the hadith that the Prophet said.
Brother, I asked a straightforward question.
I'll give you a straightforward answer.
It's a yes or no, and you can expound. I need a yes or no, and then you can expound on your answer.
Okay, ask your question again.
Can you reject or disagree with Ibn Mas'ud's Quran?
First, Ibn Mas'ud didn't speak here, but you can reject anyone except the God and the Prophet. The Prophet said in a hadith that if
you go against what the if you go against what the Prophet says, are you rejecting the Prophet?
Of course.
If the Prophet tells you to take the Quran from Ibn Mas'ud and you reject Ibn Mas'ud, are you rejecting Muhammad?
So you're now saying that Ibn Mas'ud is.
I'm gonna ask it again. If Muhammad tells you to take the Quran from Ibn Mas'ud and you reject Ibn Mas'ud, are you rejecting Muhammad by default?
Muhammad mentioned 4 companions in this hadith. You're trying to
go ahead and enjoy the masjid, Saeed. Enjoy the masjid, bro. Enjoy the masjid. Enjoy them 5 dailies. You see what happens, ladies and gentlemen? No. Notice the question. Why are you so obsessed with Ibn Mas'ud? Me?
You. Why are you obsessed with Ibn Mas'ud? Why are you doing what Muhammad told you to do?
Me. So, ladies and gentlemen, when they come to you and they tell you all the companions agreed, they all agreed on what went into the codex, and they were all unified. No, the heck they were not.
Nope. And
don't let me unleash life, because life is just chilling right now. Life is waiting to get. He gonna show you in the man. What? Hey,
I sure am.
We just warming up with a couple hadiths. I'm gonna let him let loose.
Y'all don't even want to know what I got right here. Let me know, big dog, when you want to read some super chats.
Oh shoot! I'm gonna do one more angle, and then I'm gonna let my boy go off, man.
I'm coming straight out the book.
Yeah.
Hey, but I like that too, though. Send me that when we done with that.
You like that?
That caught me for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
All right, I got you, man. Let me put it. Let me actually. What I need to start doing, and maybe 100 could start doing this, is putting the links of these hadiths that I share in like the description.
Yeah.
Which one is this one?
You know how like what I've started doing? I got a Google Doc and I started formulating the arguments per page. And it just really helps when you want to go back to it. You just scroll down the argument. You got the answers there. You got what things mean instead of like, here's a link to a hadith here, a link to a hadith there, and then you got to remember the argument orally. I've just been writing my arguments down now.
Yeah. Here are the links, guys. So this second one, Ibn Masud disagrees with today's Quran. That's a cut, man.
No, that was good for sure. My goodness.
That's a cut. Yeah, I
you see me? I moved up. I said, hold on.
You would say that?
He said, what's this? Hold on. This is my Google Doc.
Yeah. All right, let's bring up somebody. If you guys think that the Quran is perfectly preserved, if you think that the Quran that you have today is the same Quran that the companions were reciting and reading, that Muhammad was reciting, if you think that your Quran matches the same Quran Muhammad was reciting, you guys are welcome to come up and engage. Okay, let's read a couple super chats and then we'll bring up the next guest. Yeah, man, 100's right. You see this? God Logic taught Jai and DLC everything they know. You see?
That's right.
That's a witness. Everything that Jai and DLC taught me, I taught them. Everything that Jai and DLC taught me, I taught them.
The prophet said from Ibn Masud. So that means we can reject Ibn Masud. That means we reject him.
Muhammad said take the Quran from Ibn Masud. Right? Okay, yeah. So if Ibn Masud disagrees with your Quran is wrong, correct? No. Why would you think? No. See, companions.
It was 100,000 companions.
It's 100,000 companions.
And which one Muhammad tell you to follow? Well, see. So
see, why you so obsessed with that one? There was hundreds of thousands of them. Why are you obsessed with that one? Derek says, have you dealt with the World Mission Society, God the Mother folks? Yes, I have. Now, I hardly run into them. The cult that believes in God the Mother?
No, you say you dealt with them on stage?
Not on stage. No, that I never seen them online really, but like in person, like they'll be waiting for you at the college or outside Walmart or something, the mall. They'll sneak up on you. You know what I'm saying? Hi, can I have you ever heard of God the Mother?
Everybody keeps talking about them. We should do a pop-up documentary on them.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, that's a terrible cult too. Similar to Jehovah's Witnesses. Like it's a bad cult. They separate families and everything. As a mom, I pray for you and your wife's ministry and safety. I thank you for being the influence my teen sons need, a mentor to be proud of. God bless you. That's an amazing compliment, sister. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thoughts on Psalm 82? Context sounds like both humans and spiritual beings are being addressed. What is your take? Trying to understand. Yeah, you got different interpretations of that. Some people interpret it to be like spiritual beings, like angelic beings, the fallen angels or whatever. Some think it's the Jews, the Israelites, who are supposed to represent God on earth and judge. So I don't think that you could be dogmatic either way. But so to answer your question, I don't know exactly, like I don't have a definitive answer, like, oh, it's for sure just this, we just want them cooking spoons. God bless. Oh, that's right. If God forgives, what if Satan repents? Is there a chance? Would we know? Since it's a lost fight, why wouldn't he return back asking for forgiveness? There's nothing good in Satan. He's completely, purely evil. Jesus says that the truth is not in him. So, Yeah, nah, there's no repentance of Satan at all. My wife is a converted Muslim to Christianity, and you were part of the process. God bless you and the entire community. That's awesome, man. Glory to God. Glory to God, man. Avery, what is the Allah Gave Me Faith song you and Life played while you two argued who was older? That's a song that one of a Muslim that we know, he made a song, Allah Gave Me Faith. He didn't finish it actually, but he just made that like hook. And it grew on us.
Yeah. Unfortunately, never. I kept telling him drop it. I was been telling him to drop the song for 2 years. He never got to it. He do appreciate all the pushes, and he knows you guys like the song, but he just never got to recreate the song.
Mm-hmm. Sup, Avery? Can Nefesh in Exodus 31 be translated took pleasure in his work, not refreshed? I wouldn't say translated, but that's the meaning behind refreshed. It's that he's pleased. He's he took pleasure in his work. So it's not that's you wouldn't translate it that way, but that's the meaning that it carries. It makes sense. So the word translates to refreshed, but the meaning is he took pleasure in his work. He was pleased. Greetings from Poland. Thank you for strengthening my faith, and God bless you for the work you do. Luckily, in Poland, we have only 3 mosques and none dawah. Love your work. Yeah, that's awesome. Hopefully it stays that way. God bless you all. Christ is King. Amen to that. Sister Logic might be a good leader for that Bible study. You're getting too big. Praise Jesus. Are you expanding your ministry? Love from Jersey. We're taking new steps, seeing what we could, where God takes us. So we'll see. Laura Dixon says, imagine sheep eating the stoning and breastfeeding surahs, and later it ends up as right, pooping it out, basically. Amazing. Keep up the great work, Avery. Ephesians 6:10. Finally, be strong in the Lord and in his mighty power. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. Amen. Man, Logic and live stream. This is going to be hilarious. God bless y'all. Absolute dream team. Hopefully it ain't just trolls all stream. Yeah, hopefully we getting some good stuff. What's breastfeeding? See, guys, I already have that down. That's literally, look, y'all might not believe me. What's the only thing we do in life?
We just Ikra, man.
We just Ikra. We just Ikra. Look, we got what's a debate. Literally second in this notebook, we got what's breastfeeding. We got what's an Islamic dilemma. What's a slave? What's a historical claim? What's a lord? What's a son? What's a righteous? We got what's a father? And I put Junior because Junior literally asked that. What's a curse? And last but not least, what's a Titanic? Mashallah. Let's see here. Breastfeeding. You would think, you see, when it says suckle, it really means drink milk from a cup. you don't see how? It's because that's why. I'm definitely going to do an episode on that. That's brilliant. So now breastfeeding can be done by telepathy or something. I am so confused. Yes, you can telepathically breastfeed, guys. I talked with my Muslim friend and used your points. He's Sunni. He follows the Quran and some hadith. He said forgiveness comes through repentance and good works. And if Allah knows your heart is good, you'll go to heaven. That's false. That's false. Since he's Muslim, show him Sahih Muslim 2767a and b, where it says that Jews and Christians will die for the sins of Muslims. Yeah, I said it. Muhammad taught that Jews and Christians will rescue the Muslims from hellfire and take on their sins. MashaAllah. Priceless moments in apologetics. GL's face when Junior taught him about the triune God. Life just couldn't hold it in. And Hijab's face when GL taught him about the Torah's status as Al-Furqan. God bless you guys. Yeah. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. I'm dizzy from all the circles in that logic. Oh, man. See? TikTok really rock. TikTok is really rock. Nice. Will you be going live on May 16th? I'll be hanging out with my Muslim friend that day and was wondering if I could use your help. If May 16th falls on a Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, I will definitely be live. For sure. 12 in the house says the cook themselves. Life, I love your videos, man. They've been helping me a lot on my journey. Hashtag keep cooking. That's right, guys. We got 4,200 people watching. Usually these numbers make life a little nervous, so please take it easy and just make sure y'all hit the like button. All right. My friends
I'm just trying to figure out who's looking at me, man.
Look, you see.
You know, it's, May 16th is a Saturday.
Ooh. Well, I can't guarantee that. However, Life might be live, and I might go live with him or something like that on 2.0, maybe something. Let's bring up Muhammad Noor. Muhammad, what's up, man?
Hello.
How you doing?
Good.
Good. You believe the Quran is preserved?
Yeah.
Why?
Because there are no contradictions.
Contradictions doesn't mean preservation. I have books today that have no contradictions, like my math book from middle school. I still have that, actually, by the way. And it has no contradictions in it. Doesn't mean it's I don't know, perfectly preserved or from God or something?
Well, yeah, there's no contradictions, so it cannot be corrupted or anything like that.
Right, so that means that my math book, my algebra book is from God?
Well, I'm not saying it's a math book, but I'm saying it's from God, this one, so it's not corrupted or anything.
Yeah, so something not having contradictions doesn't mean that it's perfectly preserved, right? Or from God?
Well, if it's not contradiction or anything like that, then it's fully preserved. So
if I have a book full of contradictions that has never been corrupted, nothing has been taken out or added from this book, that means that I have a preserved book full of contradictions, right?
What? What are you saying?
Preservation has it has nothing to do with whether it's a contradiction or not. Like, the words can contradict each other and still be preserved. So if I write on a piece of paper right now 2 contradictory statements on here, and it lasts for 3,000 years, it's preserved, right?
Well, yeah.
So, but it has contradictions on it.
But there are no contradictions in the Quran, so
how did you just circle back?
So if the Quran doesn't have any contradictions, which it has a bunch, but if it doesn't have contradictions, that still doesn't mean it's preserved.
It is a preserved book, though.
All right, why do you believe it's preserved? Because contradictions can't be the reason. So why do you believe that it's preserved, that it hasn't been changed or altered?
Because it makes sense.
Again, I can have a book that makes sense that has been corrupted, that has been added to, that has been changed, but it makes sense.
It talks about Allah being one God, so
that doesn't mean that it was preserved. How do you know that that wasn't added?
Because it's from the one true God.
Amen. How old are you?
16.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, man. Have you ever thought about these things?
I mean, why do you think the Quran is not a contradicted book?
Contradictions has nothing to do with the conversation, bro. It's about preservation. You don't know why you don't even know why you believe the Quran is preserved, because it seems like you don't even understand what
I just said it was preserved now.
Yeah, I know, but what? Okay, so you assume preservation is what the word doesn't even mean. You're using things to assume preservation that doesn't work in this conversation. Do you believe that manuscripts have something to do with the preservation of the Quran?
Yeah.
Do you know what a manuscript is, Muhammad?
It's like I'm not sure what it means, but it's like scripts from like before.
There you go. Yeah, you got it right.
Right. And they pass those down to us, And so from a specific time period, so from the 7th century, whatever they were writing, it would get passed down to us, and that would be considered preservation. Now, it depends on the level of preservation where you can claim that the Quran has been perfectly preserved, no alterations. So they look into the manuscripts and they see what was there, and they compare other manuscripts that are around to see if there are any issues. That's what helps preservation, not saying it doesn't contradict.
Yeah. So do you believe the Quran is the word of God or no?
No,
we don't.
Why?
And so today, one of the things we're talking about is the Quran has been corrupted. It's been changed over time. And so the Quran that you have today is not the same Quran that, let's say, for example, Muhammad was reciting, or the companions of Muhammad who learned from him, that they
Is there
had.
any evidence?
For sure. Absolutely. So here's an example, bro. You're a Sunni Muslim, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll just show a simple example like I did earlier. I'll just show that. You have Aisha, the mother of the believers, talking about verses that used to exist in the Quran in her time, but they don't exist today. Let me just show you that really quick, okay? So let me see. I'm gonna get the right one. Life be changing all my little displays, man. Okay. You can see the screen?
Yeah.
All right. We're going to be looking at the one right here on the left. Sahih Muslim 1452a. Okay. So it says, Aisha reported that it had been revealed in the Holy Quran that 10 clear sucklings make the marriage unlawful. So there were verses in the Quran where 10 clear sucklings make a marriage unlawful. There are verses about 10 clear sucklings breastfeeding. Okay. Then it was abrogated or substituted by 5 sucklings. So now there were 5 suckling verses. Okay. At first it was 10, then it got changed to 5 in the Quran. And Allah's apostle died. And it was before that time found in the Holy Quran and recited by the Muslims. So before Muhammad died, these verses, at least of the 5 sucklings, maybe not the 10, but at least the 5 sucklings, because that's what it got changed to, that was in Aisha's Quran. Right? But these verses of 5 suckling don't exist in your Quran today. And they don't exist in any Quran that we can see, that we can find. No manuscripts, no nothing.
So they're not in the Quran now we have?
Correct. They're not in the Quran that you have now.
Well, there was also 10 like sucklings too.
Yep, there were 10 sucklings, and they were changed to 5 sucklings. Now, there's nowhere where there's 10 sucklings exist, but and there's nowhere where the 5 sucklings exist. You know, when it says that the 10 sucklings got abrogated, I'm okay with not finding the 10 sucklings in the Quran because they got substituted, you know. So maybe they don't exist anymore or something. But it got changed to 5 sucklings. So the 5 sucklings should be in the Quran. As Aisha said, it's still in the Quran. All right. So, but it's not. It's not in the Quran that we have access to today.
How do you know it's not in the Quran?
Because I've read it.
Where does it say it's not there?
It doesn't exist, brother. The verses of the 5 suckling do not show up in the Qurans.
So what does that mean then? Like,
it means that the Quran has been altered over time. That it's not the same Quran that Muhammad recited and that Aisha had and those companions.
Well, there was a bunch of different books over time. So
right, so a bunch of different Qurans over time, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that means that the Quran has been altered. You have different Qurans over time. So we lost the true Quran, and all these Qurans differed. They were different from each other.
Mm.
So it's not perfectly preserved, that you like you guys say.
I mean,
So
do you like have any evidence for like that, or like?
yeah, so look, brother, because I don't, you're not really too knowledgeable on this subject, so I just want to give you this, like, so you can watch the stream, and you'll see the evidence that we use to prove our point, okay? And like the hadith that I just used just now, my brother's going to show some manuscripts and how they've been changed, like any actual texts, the manuscripts. He's going to show that.
What manuscripts? The Quran?
Yeah, manuscripts of the Quran. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
So keep watching, okay? I'm gonna bring up some other guests.
Oh, okay.
Keep watching, and you'll see the evidence we use. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Just try to bring another guest up. 4,400 people watching, man. Make sure everybody hits the like button. A lot of you guys aren't subscribed. Bro, these people, man, in the chat, bro.
Oh dang! I just. Bro, what?
Come on, guys. Guys, come on, man. Can we not show some grace, man? Can we not show some grace? First of all, there's no cussing allowed in the chat. All right. No cussing allowed in the chat. And we got to show some grace, man. Come on. Come on.
Come on.
Ooh.
What is going? Why you gotta do him like that, bro?
Man, that's crazy work, man. That's crazy work. Someone said, I can't wrap my head around how Muslims can have a debate on if it's 5 or 10 sucklings and then still think Islam is the religion of God. Right?
10. Right. Right. Like read the room too at the same time.
Right.
And I'm talking about.
I'm defending a religion that talk about 10 to 5 sucklings that make a marriage unlawful, man. This will solve the problem. You will no longer be attracted to this woman once she suckles you as an adult. Another man's wife.
This was wisdom. This was wisdom from Muhammad.
Hikmah,
you know what I'm
man.
saying?
Hikmah.
You know what I mean? It was some deep behind that when he said that.
MashaAllah. Egobis? Man, I butchered that. What's your name, man?
It's like
Don't call me Yusuf, man.
Yusuf?
My camera's on. Holy shit. Wait a second.
Language, please. Language.
I apologize.
Hot lies, man.
Yeah, you can call me Yusuf.
All right. Hi, Yusuf. Are you a Muslim?
Yes, a convert, actually.
You're a convert to Islam.
Yes. I go outside. I went to fresh air. Hold on a second. Let me know if my connection is a little bad outside.
If I were you, I'd stay inside where you got the Wi-Fi, man.
I have Wi-Fi outside.
Okay, as long as it works.
Just let me know
so
as soon as the connection should be bad. I would go inside again.
Just all right, sounds good. So you're a convert to Islam. Like, what did you come across? Like, did you come across some dawah, like, or what? What was it?
No, by myself.
By yourself.
Born and raised in Switzerland. I was Catholic. but I was not practicing at all. Long time I was atheistic. I went more into agnostic beliefs, and after I've read scriptures, Bible, Quran as well, I was just more convinced by Islam overall.
So you are convinced of the preservation of the Quran?
As well, yes. I think the Quran, which we have, is reliable. But I have to admit, I'm not reading it in Arabic, though. Like it's a German translation.
Oh man, you know if you're not reading it in Arabic, you ain't reading the Quran, man.
Yeah, according to some extremists, that's right.
Only the extremists?
Yeah. I think you can read it in the language you're understanding. What's the matter reading it if you don't understanding it?
That's a good point. That's a good point. So which Quran are you reading?
It's a translation by Max Henning. I think it is the Hafs version, if I'm not mistaken. She translated.
Got you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you believe that Hafs version is the preserved Quran that goes all the way back to Muhammad and his companions?
I don't know. During Muhammad's lifetime, there wasn't a fully compiled canon of the Quran, if I'm not mistaken.
That's true. During Muhammad's lifetime, there was not a compiled codex of the Quran. That is true. But you did have, Muhammad died, and so then that should have been, there couldn't have been no additions or subtractions after Muhammad dies, right?
I don't know about that. I think aren't abrogations allowed?
No, abrogation only happens with the prophet, because abrogation is a revelation from Allah. He's the one who abrogates, and he does it through the prophet. And so you'll have the consensus of the scholars. You read this in Al-Qurtubi's Tafsir. He says that the consensus of the scholars say that after Muhammad's death, there is no abrogation.
Is it a Hafs version? Yes, it is. I have here. Yeah, it's from Max Henning from the Hafs version. Yeah, look, I have to admit also, sir, I'm very uneducated about the hadith. I think they are relevant regarding religious practice, but I try to focus as much as I can on the Quran. I read also the Bible.
Sure.
But
so that's cool.
I didn't know that about the abrogation, by the way. Thank you for informing.
Yeah, of course, man. I'm here to help any way I can. I'm here to serve. So I want to just show you what I know and why I'm saying that the Quran is not preserved. And you can take it and do what you want with the information, look more into it, and make your own decision. Okay.
Would you mind if I ask also questions here and there?
Sure, absolutely.
Perfect.
Yeah, like this is a conversation, bro.
In advance, I apologize for my English, by the way. That's not.
You sound good, man. You sound perfectly fine. All right, so I'm gonna show you this hadith right here. It's in Sahih Muslim. Okay, Sahih Muslim 1050. Okay, let me just put it up on the screen for us. All right, it's gonna be on the right side. Can you see it, or is it too small?
No, I can read it very well.
Okay, awesome. All right, so this is Sahih Muslim 1050. Okay, Abu Harb bin Abu al-Aswad reported on the authority of his father that Abu Musa al-Ash'ari sent for the reciters of Basra. Now, let me just give you a little bit of context, okay? So Abu Musa, he's one of the companions of Muhammad, right? But this time, this event right here this is after Muhammad died. And this is in the time of Umar, the caliph. Okay. How do we know this? Because the place Basra was conquered after Muhammad's death under the reign of Umar. And Umar appointed Abu Musa as al-Ash'ari over Basra. Okay. So that's just for context, all right? So this is after Muhammad. Abu Musa al-Ash'ari sent for the reciters of Basra. They came to him, and they were 300 in number. They recited the Quran, and he said, "You are the best among the inhabitants of Basra, for you are the reciters among them. So continue to recite it. But bear in mind that your reciting for a long time may not harden your hearts as were hardened the hearts of those before you. We used to recite a surah which resembled in length and severity to Surah Bara'at, which is chapter 9. Okay, so chapter 9 has 129 verses. So he's saying we used to recite a chapter that's as long as chapter 9, at least 129 verses. Okay, he says, I have, however, forgotten it, with the exception of this, which I remember out of it. If there were two valleys full of riches for the son of Adam, he would long for a third valley, and nothing would fill the stomach of the son of Adam but dust. And we used to recite a surah which resembled one of the surahs, one of the chapters of Musabihat, which means these are the chapters that start with Subhanallah or Glory to Allah. Okay, so that's the style of that chapter. So we used to recite a surah that resembled one of the surahs of Musabihat, and I have forgotten it, but remember this much out of it. O people who believe, why do you say that which you do not practice? And that is recorded in your necks as a witness, and you would be asked on the day of resurrection. Okay, so these are two chapters that he mentioned that they used to recite in the Quran, and he's forgotten most of them except for these portions he remembered. But here's the problem. Okay, the problem is, let's say, for example, this first one that he said that resembles chapter 9, and he remembered this portion of it. If there were two valleys full of riches for the son of Adam, none of this is found in any of the Qurans today. It's all gone. Same with the other one. So there are entire chapters that are missing from the Quran, even after Muhammad's death.
But these two verses, they were part of the final Quran, or?
Well, that's the question. Was it? Who knows? Because according to Abu Musa, they used to be in the Quran.
But you said he forgot it, right? Where's the passage where? Can I read the passage where it says that he forgot the verses?
Yes, right here.
Here.
However, forgotten it.
I have, however, forgotten it, with the exception of this, which I remembered out. If I'm not mistaken, hold on, because there's a Quran surah. I think it's in the second surah,
chapter 2, verse 106, where it talks about abrogation. He doesn't cause us to forget unless he replaces, right?
Yeah, but this is, if I'm not mistaken, beyond. Dies bezieht sich nicht auf Verse des Korans, sondern auf vorkoranische Offenbarungen. My translation. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't necessitate that these abrogations have to happen during the lifetime of Muhammad, or how do you interpret this verse 2?
So notice this. So number one, in chapter 2, verse 106, the context is about Muhammad because they're accusing Muhammad of forgetting what he said prior. So what would happen is Muhammad would give a revelation, and then the next day or two would give what seems to be an opposing revelation. And his response is that, well, Allah causes to forget this, and he replaces it with something better or like it. So that's the excuse he gives. The problem is that this is dealing with Muhammad. This only happens, something of the Quran being substituted only happens if there's the prophet for it to be substituted through. You know what I'm saying? Because it's revelation.
Yeah,
it's revelation that these verses are being substituted or supposed to be gone or whatever.
Different.
Say that again.
Yeah, I get that, but the language which is used, the grammatical formulation of it, it seems it is something absolute. And how do you say this in English? Allgemeingültiges Prinzip. Like a universal principle and not a context specific singular case.
No, I agree.
You know what I mean? Like the language which is used.
I agree that it's a.
Yeah.
I agree it's a universal principle, but it's always dealing with Muhammad. It's always dealing with the revelation of Allah. Unless you're going to say, because look,
Yeah, that might be.
how would anyone know that Allah is substituting a verse? How will they know?
They would know because 216 is an absolute statement and not a specific context, a specific case on a specific context. It's absolute. I think, if I'm not mistaken,
how would they?
A lot of
no, brother, listen.
Yeah.
How will they know if Allah is substituting a verse? Because you would agree that if Allah is substituting a verse, if he's making a verse nullified, if he's changing a law, for example, or causing something to be like no longer applicable, right? If he's substituting something, you would agree that that is revelation that he's giving, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
And
fair.
so,
Yes.
so
the question is,
abrogation.
how would someone know that something was abrogated?
Exactly. Unless it's revealed to them through the prophet. Or else, if abrogation can happen, if substitution can happen after Muhammad's death, then this means that Muhammad's not the final messenger and prophet, but there are other messengers and prophets receiving revelation regarding Allah's books. You get what I'm saying? You there, Yusuf? Yusuf? Did I lose you?
Hey, sorry,
there you
God
go.
Logic, my connection broke.
Okay, there you go. Man, y'all,
Can you
almost
hear
broke
me
my heart, man.
again?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me though? Okay,
sounds
I'm
like
glad. Sorry, the connection. The last sentence. Could you please repeat the last sentence? I fixed the problem. I apologize, by the way. Sorry.
No worries. So what we're saying is that as we agree that abrogation would be revelation, right? Abrogation would be revelation. So in order for someone, like if abrogation, substitution was happening after Muhammad died, that would mean that Muhammad is not the final messenger.
Yeah.
And that there's someone even after Muhammad that is receiving revelation concerning Allah's books, concerning the Quran. So that would disqualify Muhammad from being the last and final messenger. Make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's why the scholars came to the decision, like the agreement, that abrogation, substitution cannot happen after Muhammad's death, because that would mean someone else is a prophet, someone else is receiving revelation. But Muhammad's the last. So,
but isn't verse 2:16? I think there's also another verse. Maybe you know
16.
it even better than I do.
Yeah, 16:101.
Probably. Probably. I don't have it in front of me, but nevertheless, isn't it the abrogation? It happens unknowingly, right? And the whole reason why all the people, the followers of Islam, the early followers, they claim that it is divine and it is delegated by God. Well, I don't think that. Still, I don't think it necessitates that the abrogation has to happen during the lifetime of Muhammad. Because if we assume that God has promised that the Quran will be preserved, then we can expect that there will be historical evidence which are plausible and which will back that up. And I think that's coherent with what we know. I think it's not something miraculously which happened within the Quran. We have plausible explanation which back it up. It's very exceptionally well preserved. And abrogation
this is the problem.
Means,
yeah, this is the problem. Okay, the problem is that you just agreed and that it made sense that because abrogation is revelation, can't be another person receiving abrogation revelation after Muhammad, or else he's not the last prophet. So, but if you want to go with your view, then you're going to have to say that Abu Musa and others received revelation that these verses are gone, that these verses are no longer supposed to be in the Quran. They've been substituted out. Right. So,
God logic.
So is Muhammad the last messenger then or not?
He is the last messenger.
He can't be if others are receiving revelation after him.
Yeah, but where do you get that abrogation is revelation?
Okay.
If abrogation means that things will be forgotten, or
no. Chapter 2, verse 106. Go ahead and read that, bro.
Chapter 2, 106. Hold on, yeah. I go inside. Chapter 2, 106. There we go. Wir wissen auch, was wir auch an Versen aufheben oder in Vergessenheit fallen lassen. Wir bringen bessere oder gleichwertige dafür. Weißt du nicht, dass Gott über alle Dinge Macht hat?
So it says, nothing of our revelation do we abrogate or cause to be forgotten, except that we bring one better or the like of it. Right?
It doesn't say revelation, it says verses.
What's the word in the Arabic?
I don't know, to be honest. Anyway, let's say it is revelation. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So we'll go with revelation signs, or verses. You agree that his verses are his revelation, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So the verses do not get replaced or abrogated or forgotten. I'm sorry, they don't get abrogated, substituted, or forgotten, except that we bring one better or the like of it. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So the substitution or the forgetting is intertwined with receiving revelation of something taking what is being substituted, that it's taking its place.
Fair, right? I get that, but yes, though I must ask you, let's say it's just an example of mine, which I came up with right now, and you can tell me what you think about that. But if you have, for example, a law text, let's say it's the Constitution. Wait, not the Constitution. Let's just take a law text of a company, and within decades of this company, these texts will be changed. There are new things which are changed, not internally from the company. Let's say it's just new factors of the environment, which causes the text to be different or to be understood differently or to be rewritten differently. Let's just assume that doesn't necessitate that there must be a new lawyer which writes down these texts, as much as it doesn't necessitate that there's a new prophet needed which gets these new revelations for the verses which were abrogated. You know what I mean? I think it can be for the previous revelation.
In a company, in order for these new laws or bylaws that substitute the old ones, who does that happen through?
It happens through the government, through
I'm talking about a particular
mostly
company.
through the government. On that particular company, it's correlated between the environment and whatever happens regarding law.
So let's, because in your example, bro, like let's try to keep it like clear. In your example, if you're talking about the laws of a company, the bylaws of a company,
what?
Who brings forth the bylaws in the company?
The state.
No, bro. It's the executives. It's the CEO.
Yeah, but Yeah, yeah.
Right?
But if there wouldn't be the state derogating the new laws or dictating
The
the
state
new,
has nothing to do with a personal company's bylaws, dude.
yeah,
You
I don't
understand?
know the English term for that, man. But what I mean is still the environment. The company is bound to the environment, and that's derogated by something like a state.
So do you agree that bylaws are given through people that are head of the company or directors of the company, correct?
Later on, yes.
No, not
on,
later
yes.
on. Not later
Of
on.
course.
This is when this stuff happens and it's formulated.
Yeah, it happens, and then they formulate it as well
Okay.
as
And
God
so-
makes an abrogation, and
So it
Uthman
has
makes
to
the
happen. So an employee can't just be like, "Oh, I forgot the bylaw, so therefore it doesn't exist now." No, it takes the executives or the CEOs, the board of directors, for they decide whether or not the law is still in place or not, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so when the Quran is talking about verses being substituted, who substitutes them?
Well, in the first, it's by God, and then
Good. Through who?
He makes people forget.
But hold on, through who?
Yeah. Through who?
Yeah.
Well, in that case, what was the name of this dude which forgot the verse? What was
We're talking about in the verse right here in 2106, my brother. Come on, man. Let's be honest.
No, I mean the dude which
Quran,
forgets
please.
the verses. The Al
Yusuf in chapter 2, verse 106.
Yeah.
Who is the abrogation done through?
There's no reference to that. Was wir auch am Versen aufheben oder in
It's okay, Yusuf. Hey, man.
Okay,
Research and look into this. Research and look into this, and see if there are any scholars that agree with you that someone other than Muhammad can bring abrogation of verses. Because by your position, you have now canceled Muhammad from being the last messenger. Now there's other messengers that can receive revelation from Allah that can edit the Quran, change the Quran because they forget it or don't remember things right or substitute something. Muhammad's not the last messenger, so you got to look into this, okay?
That's not even what I said.
Okay, take care, man. Eden, are you a Muslim?
Hello?
How you doing? Are you a Muslim?
Hello?
All right, so he can't hear anything. Ibrahim, are you a Muslim?
Yes, inshallah.
Awesome. You believe the Quran is preserved?
What you mean, like,
Has the Quran been altered or changed in any way?
No, never.
Okay. Life, you want to talk to him?
Yeah, I just seen
Yep.
I just seen the last debate, like what you did, like the last guy. So, like, I don't know what you try to bring it on, but it's literally like it doesn't even make any conclusion of it.
Okay. So, if I show you, well, I'm going to do it anyway, but if I show you that verses were, words were removed from early verses, for example, the lower text of the Quran, meaning the original writing of the manuscript, verses were left out, added, changed to the text. You
Like
would
all-
agree
like-
that means that your guys' claim of preservation isn't what you guys say it is, right?
So, which one are you talking about specifically? Like,
Yeah, so there's a manuscript by the name of DAM 0127. And it shows that the earlier reading had things, it was a more shorter reading. And the next what they wrote over it was they actually added to the actual words. So this isn't comparing a manuscript to a manuscript. We're using the same manuscript to show that they have actually changed the verse on the same manuscript.
so are you saying the verse that you're talking about? So you're saying it was changed over time? or it was
Yes,
only
so,
changed?
somebody wrote
Wait,
somebody
what?
so
I
on the
can't hear you.
manuscript. Yeah, so on the manuscript, this is what it originally said, and then when someone, before the Uthmanic Codex or pre-Uthmanic
Yo, I can't
Codex.
hear you.
Can you hear me? What the heck? Yo, Ibrahim. Yo, Ibrahim, can you hear? Yo, hello? Yo.
Yo.
Can you hear? Yo, hello? Yo. I can hear myself through your... Can you hear? Bro, I can hear myself through it playing in his house.
Hello.
Abdullah, how's it going?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Oh, that's weird.
What?
Hello? Live, can you hear me all right, man? No? Can you shake your head, yes or no? You can hear me? Okay, I can't hear you for some reason. I'm gonna head out and then I'll come back in.
Okay. What is happening? Is it me? I mean, I don't know how that works. I mean, if I can hear them, and it must be them. They need to just go out and come back in. Hey, Ibrahim, you do the same thing, bro. You go out and come back in. You guys probably need to refresh your devices. Kasai.
Hey man, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Are you the same guy?
No, my mic wasn't working before, but now it is. You can hear me just fine, right?
No, I'm saying, are you the same guy that Logic just kicked?
No. Okay.
Man, you guys sound, man, identical. That's crazy, but okay.
How you doing, Mike?
Yeah, what's up, bro? So are you under the impression the Quran is preserved?
Yes, Allah Azza wa Jal says, "Inna nahnu nazzalna dhikra wa inna lahu lahafidhun." We have sent down the scripture, the remembrance, and surely we will preserve it. So
now, were there?
Sorry.
So okay, so were there any alterations to the manuscripts?
So here's a blunder you and Avery are making, respectfully. The Quran was preserved through memorization and oral recitation. It was not preserved through manuscripts. We do have manuscripts going all the way back to the time of the companions. Having said that, like you can look at the Birmingham Quran, the what's it called? Sana'a Quran, but that's not how the Quran was preserved. It was preserved through oral recitation, preserved through mass transmission.
No, it wasn't. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Life. Sorry.
Yeah, that's not true, because the way that you preserve the text that you have is by documentation, not by he say, she say, or else your entire religion would just collapse into whatever you guys wanted to say.
No. Hold
How
on,
it
hold
was
on, hold on, hold on.
preserved. No, because this is why I don't like the dishonesty. You guys can't run around boasting that your Quran, the things that people heard from Muhammad all the way back in the 7th century, all of a sudden just gets to remain preserved based off words. We need these things to be documented, like it even says in your Quran that it was being written down. So if you're going to make a claim of perfect preservation, or your Quran was preserved because God said so, well, then we would need to actually see that via text instead of, or like, because you're just saying anything.
Okay, hold on. So do you know what tawatur is, mass transmission? Let me give you an example. The first chapter of the Quran, Surah Al-Fatiha, around 6 verses, every Muslim on the planet, I would argue like 6-year-old Muslims, have it memorized. That's like almost
that doesn't help.
Just let me finish.
It doesn't help when the Lord, hold on, my brother, because I don't want to have a conversation with you about what someone said. I want to have a conversation about what was documented, because you can't say that these people had good memory and they memorized the Quran and passed it down when we have errors in what they wrote down. So if you're saying that these people had good memory, then they should have that good memory when it comes to writing the Quran down too, right? Or does it just disappear when they start writing it down?
No. Hold on. Just because was not the text of the Quran was not preserved through manuscript evidences, that does not mean it was not preserved. We have an oral recitation. That's the whole point.
Who was writing the Quran down? Were the same people who memorized the Quran writing the Quran down?
There were scribes during the Prophet's time.
And did they memorize the Quran?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so they shouldn't have made mistakes, right?
There are no mistakes, no.
Okay, so we're gonna show you one. Okay, so we have the Sanaa manuscript, DAM 0127. I mean, excuse me, not 127, DAM 0271. And what we have here in the lower text, do you know what lower text is?
I don't, sorry.
Okay, so the lower text is the original writing of like what was originally written on the paper. So if I write something right now on this paper and then someone erases it and then writes over it, what would be under that new writing would be considered the lower text. So what we have is the lower text of this manuscript that has been processed, and what they found is this. So in your Quran today, it says this.
يتولوا يعذبهم الله عذابا أليما في الدنيا والآخرة وما لهم في الأرض. Okay.
Yeah, if they turn away, Allah will punish them with a painful punishment in this world and the hereafter, and there will not be for them on earth any protector or helper. What they found in the lower text of this manuscript is that it actually didn't read the way that it was rewritten. It says, if they turn away, Allah will punish them in this world, and there will not be for them on earth any protector or helper. So what the writers did, if you can see it, they took the punishment from this world and moved it all the way to the hereafter as well. So they added a second, they attached something else to what the word of Allah was supposed to be within the manuscript. So if you're saying these people have miraculous memory, let me ask you, which one did Muhammad say?
Okay, so are you aware of the qira'at, and the ahruf, so the different dialectical differences in the Quran?
Yeah, this isn't a second reading because it's on the same manuscript. It was erased. This isn't two different even if it was on two different manuscripts, you would still have a problem because the context changes. The punishment now follows you to the hereafter. So this isn't two different ways of reading. This is literally adding to what the verse is saying.
So part of the qira'at is that it adds oftentimes alternate meanings to the text. So for example,
my brother, did you not hear what I was saying? It was erased.
Hold on. Let me just.
My brother, I don't need you to explain to me what that is. I know what it is. Listen to what I'm saying closely.
Yeah.
The original writing that was on this manuscript was erased. You cannot make an argument that it is another style of reading, therefore making it not problematic, because they erased it and they wrote the Uthmanic standard reading over it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the qira'at come with different sometimes spellings. Like that first word, I'm looking at
not a different spelling. It's a missing, dude. It has missing words. The original text does not say the punishment is going to follow you to the hereafter.
Sometimes the words will have like a missing accent, a missing letter, or like a missing word, depending on the qira'ah. Let me just
my brother.
Let me speak.
Okay, hold on. I want you to make sense of this before you, because you're giving us the standard response, and that's irrelevant.
But you're missing the point. You're missing the point.
No, I don't need you to teach me the script. I need you to understand what I'm showing you here, and I want you to make. I want you to make based on what you're saying. Hold on 1 second, brother. Hold on 1 second, brother. I want you to make sense. I need you to follow along with me. I'm not following you in the conversation. Respectfully, I need you to follow along with me.
I can't give you an example to explain. Let me give you an example.
Okay, give me an example, and then I want you to make it make sense based on what I'm showing you at the end of the verse. Okay,
no problem. So one of the verses in Surah Al-Fatiha, it says Maliki Yawmiddin, owner of the day of judgment. In another
this is why I stopped you.
Wait.
This is why I stopped you. I am not
Oh my
asking you about tomato and tomato. I'm not asking you
That's
about.
not tomato and tomato. There, in another reading, it says Malik Yawmuddin, King of the Day of Judgment.
I
Two
understand
different
that.
words.
I understand that. When you guys reference that,
Alternate
that's when you
meanings.
try to collapse it in. Pay attention, my brother.
I'm paying attention.
I understand what you're doing, and I'm saying when you guys refute that, you try to collapse it into that. I'm
What does
not.
that mean?
I'm not even arguing that. Listen, pay attention to what I said here. Allah will punish them with a painful punishment in this world. Period. That's what the original text used to say. Okay. Do you follow that? Okay, keep that in your mind. Original text used to say Allah will punish them with a painful punishment. Period. In this world.
Hold on. Let me, because I can read Arabic. Let me just directly translate, because the translation can sometimes be incorrect. Let me just read to the Arabic. So yatawallaw.
Yeah, go to chapter 9, verse 74. Yeah, go to chapter 9, verse 74 in your Quran right now. You'll see what I'm saying.
Just give me 1 second, brother. Let me put it up. 974.
Yeah, chapter 9, verse 74.
74. I just want to appreciate you, by the way, for keeping it respectful and not using insults, by the way.
Sure, man, no problem.
It
It doesn't even cross my mind to do that.
So the above text is saying God will punish them a painful punishment in this life and the next life. And then this last part, وَمَا لَهُمْ فِي الْأَرْضِ
We're not dealing with the last part. Yeah. Just leave that. We're not dealing with the last part. We're dealing with.
And the under one says,
"Who will punish him in this world."
God will punish them.
In
it
this
doesn't
world.
have عَذَابًا أَلِيمًا. So this part is not a painful punishment is not mentioned in the bottom. The dunya in this life is mentioned in the bottom. وَالْآخِرَةِ in the next life is not mentioned in the bottom. وَمَا لَهُمْ فِي this part is the same. So it's missing what's it called? وَالْآخِرَةِ. This word is missing, and it's missing عَذَابًا أَلِيمًا. So it doesn't say
exactly.
That,
thank you. So that's not a different way of. Thank you. So that's not a different way of reciting. That's literally a word added. So which one did he? So which one is true? Did Muhammad say the punishment will be in this world on earth, or it will be in this world and in the hereafter? Which one did he say? Because it was erased and changed.
Both are correct. Both are correct. Both, because they're not contradicting. They turn away, God will punish them in this world, but they're alternate meanings. He will also punish them in the next world. There's no contradicting meaning, and there will not be.
Okay, so Allah gave the verse twice and changed it.
Yeah, in alternate meanings, correct. Just like that example I gave you earlier.
This is so it's like a movie. There's an alternative. So it's like a movie. There's an alternative. Hold on 1 second. So it's like a movie. There's an alternative ending. That's what it is. He just both of them can be correct. Is that how you guys have to clear up the clear?
No. It's not something we
is that how you got? Wait 1 second, man. Stop.
Okay, go on.
Relax, bro, because you're panicking right now.
You
just made up something. You have no evidence. Relax, bro. Relax, dude. This is where you guys start over talking and panicking, bro. Relax. I'm trying to respond to the lie that you just put on stage. Both are not true, because Uthman literally is the reason for why they erased this stuff and changed it to mean what he wanted it to mean in his standardized codex. This is the reason why you have scholarly research that state that your text was altered and edited. This is the reason why we have evidence that it was altered and edited. You can't say both are true when they erased it. If both were true, then they should have never erased it. It's on the same manuscript.
Can I respond?
Go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, this is a misunderstanding of what Uthman radiallahu anhu did. He did not alter the text. That's not what happened, right? He basically compiled, because there are 7 different ahraf basically that the people were reciting. He compiled it on one harf, one dialect, which is the dialect of Quraysh. Do you understand? Having said that, the other 6 didn't fade out of existence. They continue to persist in people's recitations. So some people would recite it like the bottom. This is mutawatir, a massively transmitted recitation, and some people would recite it at the top. Just like how some people would recite it, Maliki Yawmuddin, King of the Day of Judgment, and others would recite it, Maliki Yawmuddin, Owner of the Day of Judgment. They're both valid, and we have a hadith to corroborate this. The Prophet
what is
said,
your evidence that both?
"Nuzila al-Quran
What
ala
is your
sab'ati
evidence that
ahruf."
both? What is your evidence that both are valid?
The Prophet Muhammad said, "Nuzila al-Quran ala sab'ati ahruf." The Quran was revealed upon 7 dialects. Do you understand?
Didn't we already address that? That's not what it is. When you add something to a verse, and it never said that.
No, it's not.
Hold on. When you add something to a verse and change the context of what the verse means, that is not a different dialect, dude.
Different.
When you add something to the text and it changes the context, would you agree that we're not talking about dialect issues here now, right?
Dialect is, let's just say, a mistranslation. Think of it as a mode of recitation.
Please be honest when we're on stage. If something is added to something that I say that changes the context of what I am saying, we are not dealing with a dialect issue, right?
Yeah, it's a mode of recitation.
Oh gosh, bro. These okay. So if I show you, wait. If I show, so do scholars agree that your Quran has been altered?
Muslim scholars, no, of course not.
What do you mean? That's called being biased. Scholars, non-biased scholars that have conducted research on your Quran, that have uploaded information and scans like this to provide evidence that the lower text and upper text do not match, it's been altered and changed. Do they agree that your Quran has had a high form of editing?
Are you talking about like non-Muslim scholars?
Non-biased scholars that study manuscripts.
I have no problem conceding that non-Muslim scholars believe that the Quran is not preserved. I have no problem conceding that. Muslim scholars, though, they have a consensus that it's not. It's preserved, right? And I'm
brother. Editing. Pay attention. Edited. Edit. Do you know what it means to edit something?
I know what it means to edit.
Okay, thank you. So even if you did have a Muslim scholar, they would have to concede that manuscripts were edited because the evidence is there.
Okay, but these manuscripts that like they have this, like for example, I just told you the Adab and Arima, it's not in the bottom, it's in the top. In a recitation, it exists. That's why it was put there.
I'm not asking you that. I just want you to agree that scholars understand your early manuscripts were edited.
Yeah, sure. That's not a problem. That doesn't mean that Quran is
it is a problem. I'll show you why. Watch this.
Hold on. Let me just ask you a question. You've been asking me a lot of questions. Let me just ask you a question.
Watch this.
In the first chapter of the Quran.
Hold on. Watch this. Hold on. Let me show you something.
Let me ask you a question. When God says Malik Yawmuddin, owner of the day of judgment, and Malik Yawmuddin, king of the day of judgment, we believe both are Quran. Is that distortion or is it?
Why do you keep bringing that up, dude?
Because it's refuting everything you're saying right now.
No, it's not. It's not refuting. It's not refuting.
Question. Is it only the day of judgment or king of the day of judgment? Is it a mistake?
What be wrong with y'all? You just sat up here and told me that your Quran is preserved. I showed you a manuscript where the lower text literally had a different reading from the upper text, where someone came and erased it and changed it, and then you told me both are right, bro. Please just stop.
That's crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's pretty crazy.
Please just stop. Please just stop. Let me read. Please just stop. Let me read a scholar. Because you're making stuff up. I don't really want to hear you make stuff up. And you keep going to something that you thought someone was going to present to you on this stage. And so you keep trying to run to that. I'm not going back and forth with you about that, dude. Listen. All right. So Keithy Small says this in his book. Okay. And this is from the section Physical Corrections to the Manuscripts. This is what he says. The variants described above are all examples of variants made deliberately to conform to the text to a form the scribe considered to be correct and which matches the form of text which by the 4th Islamic century was considered to be standard or canonical. For these variants, elements of religious dogma and political concern were very possibly involved in that by the 3rd Islamic century, the Uthmanic Rasim was considered by most to be the Quran text for liturgical use, theological belief, and legal reasoning. modifying existing text to read according to its standard form was thus an act to bring a greater degree of unity and conformity to the manuscripts surviving from an early era of manuscript tradition. That's just one point we're going to read so far. Do you agree with what he's saying here?
For the most part, yes. Now let me explain.
What do you agree with?
Yeah, let me explain. So the first part you have highlighted, deliberately to conform the text to a form the scribe considered to be correct. This part right here confirms everything I've been telling you, because the Quran was preserved through recitation. So the text was written in a way to conform to the recitation, the oral recitation.
Deliberately?
Yes.
Well, then
Yes.
you just cooked you just cooked yourself, dude.
And which matches the form of text, which by the form
brother,
you
just cooked. Hold on, listen. If you read from the beginning, you cooked yourself. If you agree with that, the variants described above are all examples of variants made deliberately to conform to the text form of the scribe. Look, considered to be correct. That means that he believes what it was before is not correct, right?
No, that's wrong. That inference you made is just wrong. That inference you made is wrong. Hold on. Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you. Stop freaking out. Calm down. So
calm down, life.
It says conform the text to the form the scribe considered to be correct. Correct is like, this is actually like incorrect to say that like he believes it's a variant recitation. There are variants in the different recitations, like
not a recitation.
There are
reading.
Say again, Avery?
It's not a recitation. It's the text that they're editing, not the recitation.
Yeah. The text must conform to the recitation. What are you talking about? Because the Quran was preserved through oral recitation.
Incorrect, right?
Say again?
Because they assume it's incorrect.
Not because they assume it's incorrect, but because it's not the variant that they're used to reading. For example, I read Hafs an Asim. I say Malik Yawmuddin, owner of the Day of Judgment. That does not mean Malik Yawmuddin, king of the Day of Judgment, is incorrect.
So why are they editing it as both are correct? Why are they editing it?
Why are they editing it? To conform to the recitation that they were reading. For example, if you go to Morocco,
but why? What's the point if it doesn't matter? Both are correct.
Yeah, but that's not how they recite it. They're both correct, but that's not how they recite it. In Morocco, for example,
the answer is highlighted. He's taking it in part. The answer to Logic's question is highlighted.
No. If Avery, let me tell you something. If you were to go to Morocco, they will be reciting Warsh an Nafi', right? Which is Malik Yawmuddin, king of the Day of Judgment. If you go to Saudi Arabia, they're reciting Hafs an Asim, owner of the Day of Judgment. Both are correct. And they're not contradictory, they're alternate meanings. So if you read a Quran in Saudi Arabia, it's gonna have like an accentation on the word Malik. It's gonna say Malik. That's also the way it's started. It's gonna be different than the Quran found in Morocco. There's gonna be that minute difference, but it's fine because it suits the recitation. And these recitations are massively transmitted, and they go back to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Right? Yes, there's gonna be variants, and the Prophet explained them.
No, one that's not true. So one that's not true. Second of all, you just hold on. Hold on, Kasai.
Yes,
dude, we're dealing with manuscripts, not what your Muslims say. You can't come to the stage and just say the Muslims said this. I'm presenting people who studied the actual manuscripts and had them in their hands. I have a book in my hand. This guy has all the scans of the Quranic manuscripts that he studied, and he's just being honest with the text. You are just coming here with what someone told you. And the reason why and the reason why you're saying this is because this is what you're taught. Let's finish what it actually says here. For these variants, elements of religious dogma. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Okay. Therefore, this cooks you if you say that you agree with what I have highlighted first. That means that they deliberately edited the text for dogmatic reasons. This is the reason why your Uthmanic Codex is the one that reigns supreme and all of the others were burnt.
Okay, I think I see the problem. You're approaching the Quran's preservation the same way you would approach the Bible's preservation. You're relying solely on manuscript evidences. That's a problem for a multitude of reasons. Number one, the Quran was preserved in Arabic. It must be recited in Arabic, right?
Brother, we're dealing with the preservation of the We're dealing with the preservation of the Quran via the Arabic. Would you like me to show you scans of the manuscript?
Hold on. Let me just
like
finish,
I just did.
finish my point. Let me just finish my point. Right? The Bible, you're forced to rely on the early manuscripts and translate different manuscripts to English. That's why you have a bunch of different versions of the Bible, the New International Version, the New Catholic Bible, whatever, and they use different manuscripts. Do you understand?
So your
The
Quran is
only
okay,
in Arabic.
so what I hear you saying is your Quran isn't preserved physically.
It's preserved through oral recitation. That's correct.
So answer. So the Quran isn't preserved physically.
Like in a manuscript book, no. It's preserved through oral recitation.
Oh, so what does it mean for your Quran not to be preserved physically? What does that mean?
Not be like it's not preserved physically. It's not preserved.
It's not preserved physically means it's not. No, detail
That's a
it.
beautiful admission.
Why is your Quran not preserved physically?
It's preserved through oral recitation.
Wait, why is it not preserved physically? They tried to do it. Did they fail?
No, it's not that they failed. It's that it's not meant to be preserved physically.
What?
It's written. It's not, no.
Wait.
Let me finish my point. You keep interrupting. Let me finish my point.
Was it preserved? No.
Man, stop interrupting him when he's giving us all this gold, man.
I know. I'm about to let
Avery, get your book. I'm writing this down. Give me a page.
No, I'm about to give
man,
him.
You getting in this book? Don't you worry about it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're getting there.
I got you. I'm about to give him the floor. I was just about to do that. Uninterrupted. I just need this answer too, though, brother.
I will answer.
Why did your Quran in Islam fail to be physically preserved? You got the floor. I'm listening.
Why did it fail to be preserved? So, like I said, it's preserved through oral recitation. It's preserved perfectly. I'll answer the second part, but let me just listen to this point. It's preserved through oral recitation. My proof for that is like right now, I'm in Canada, for example. I recite Surah Al-Fatiha. If you were to go to Indonesia, other side of the planet, people whom I've never met before, people who don't even speak the same language as me, are reciting the Quran in Arabic the exact same way I recite it. Hafs and Asim, or there's Warsh Hanafi, people in Indonesia are reciting it as the same way people in Morocco are reciting it. That is miraculous preservation, right? Denying the Quran is like denying World War II happened.
Okay, now why wasn't it preserved?
The physical part. Now let's get to let me address the physical part.
Thank you.
So can I give you the history of like the Uthmanic Rasim, the Uthmanic Codex, or how much time do we have? I'll cut it short. So Uthman he had his manuscript, right? That is the standard. Uthman's manuscript. There's three criteria a recitation must meet in order for it to be considered the Quran. One of them is that it must conform to the Uthmanic Codex, right?
What?
So
that's not true.
It conforms to Uthman's Codex. Now, there's difference in recitations because remember the 7 ahruf that I told you about before, they still exist. They didn't fade out of existence. Uthman united everyone upon one harf, but the other huruf, the other we'll call it more than like a recitation.
Bro, I'm sorry. I can't take this anymore. Why was it not meant for the Quran to be preserved physically, dude? Did Uthman try to preserve the Quran physically?
How do I answer this?
The answer with a yes, because that's correct.
Yes and no.
No, it's not a yes and okay. What's the reason that Uthman began to compile his Quran in the first place?
Because people were reciting the Quran incorrectly.
Very good. And so therefore, because of their incorrect recitations, Uthman then tried to preserve the Quran in a physical codex, correct?
Yes, but let me explain to you. Yes.
So it was meant to be preserved physically.
No.
But they failed.
That's an inference you're making. That's false.
You said it.
Let me explain.
You said that they did not preserve it physically, bro. You said the Quran is not preserved physically. We're asking you why.
Let me explain. So the Quran is preserved through oral recitation for the 10th millionth time. But people started making it because as the Muslim conquest spread in Azerbaijan and like different places, people began who don't speak Arabic as their first language began making mistakes, grammatical mistakes that do not go back to the Prophet Muhammad.
Were they making oral mistakes? Were they making oral mistakes or physical mistakes, Kasai?
Oral mistakes. The reason this happened was because of the seven ahruf. So Uthman united everyone upon one harf, but some like remnants of the other 6 ahruf.
Bro, you're not
so
real.
People would recite them, reading Uthman's codex. So Uthman's codex is like the skeleton.
Pause there.
body.
Pause there. Pause
Yes.
there.
Skeletal body.
Why did Uthman order that other manuscripts and whole copies of the Quran be burnt?
Because they don't conform to his.
So therefore, these
Yes.
other Qurans don't conform to his codex, so they
Yes.
were incorrect, right?
Yes. No, sorry,
So
sorry,
to
let me take that back. Not incorrect.
No.
Hold on. Not incorrect.
No.
Not incorrect.
Uthman just didn't like him. It was all right.
conform to
Uthman didn't just
his
like him.
codex.
He didn't
It's
like
not
him.
that they're incorrect. It's not that they're incorrect. It's that they don't conform to his codex. This was called a maslaha in Arabic.
If they didn't conform to Uthman's codex, were they correct? Were they
They were
correct
correct,
manuscripts or
but-
incorrect manuscripts?
But he had them burnt due to
Brother,
benefit
please,
in his time.
If they did not conform to Uthman's codex, were those manuscripts and whole copies of Qurans correct or incorrect?
No, they were correct.
So they were still correct, even though they
Yes.
did not, even though they did not line up with Uthman's codex.
Yes, because that was before Uthman's
Man,
codex.
the religion,
was written.
yes, no.
When his written,
Yes,
when his
no,
codex
yes,
was
no.
written,
If he
ordered
thinks
the
that-
others burnt out of benefit for the ummah, it was within our best interests.
How?
Okay.
Wait. How?
How was it a benefit? Because I just
Yeah,
so
how is it
can
benefit if they all have correct Qurans? How is it beneficial to lose them?
can we pull up the hadith actually? I can pull up the hadith for you. Like, can we do that? I'm more than happy to pull it up.
Sahih Bukhari 4987, bro.
Excellent. Give me 1 second, brother.
I want to know, how is it beneficial to burn and destroy and get rid of all other Quranic physical manuscripts other than Uthman's manuscript, if all of them were already correct, if there was nothing wrong with them, they were
What
perfectly
was the
fine.
citation again?
What benefit does it have to get rid of all this Quranic evidence, physical evidence, and just rely on Uthman's?
Yeah,
What's
I'll
the
answer your question.
what benefit?
I'll answer your question. Can you just give me the citation one more time? Sorry.
Mashallah, yes.
One more time, maybe. What was it?
What was my question?
No. I got your question.
Oh, the hadith?
The citation, please.
Yeah, it's Sahih Bukhari
Yes.
4987 and Sunnah.com.
87. Excellent. Where's the Quran? 1 second. Iman came to Uthman at the time when people of Sham and people of Iraq were waging war to conquer Armenia and Azerbaijan. Hudaydah was afraid. Differences in the recitation of the Quran, the reason being because of the 7 ahruf. So he
doesn't say that. Please
Huh?
stick to the text. It doesn't say that.
Yeah, but the reason why is because of the 7, and it's corroborated.
No, it's not.
The Prophet
It's
didn't
not
say
at all.
the Quran was revealed in 7 ahruf. The Prophet didn't say that.
Oh, he says that, but it doesn't translate that the 7 off-roof are the reason why there's problems within the Ummah regarding the recitation of the Quran. Okay?
Do you want me to get Ibn Hajar's al-Asqalani's review of this?
In a bit.
Okay,
Let's
no
keep
problem,
reading.
no
Let's
problem.
stick with the hadith.
One at a time. O chief of the believers, he said to Uthman, O chief of the believers, save this nation before they differ about the book, as Jews and the Christians did before. So Uthman sent a message to Hafsa saying, send this
Pause there.
Yes.
So these issues were so bad, these differences were so bad, not that everybody's reciting it the same or everyone just, it's a different mode, but it's all correct. These differences were so bad that it can split the religion like it did the Jews and Christians about the Bible, right?
That is correct. That's what Hudayfa ibn al-Yaman said. Do you want me to keep reading?
Please keep reading.
Send a message to Hafsa. So the Hafsa here, let me just give a bit of context.
You don't need to. We know Hafsa's manuscript came from Abu Bakr's first compilation.
Yeah, yes, you know
Passed
that.
to her. We know.
You're very well educated on this. I'm actually surprised. So this is like good on you.
You surprised that I'm this, brother? I'm the unlettered Christian. You know me, man.
No degree, no diploma.
Yeah, funny guy. All right, let's continue. So send us the manuscripts of the Quran so that we may compile the Quranic materials in perfect copy, and return the manuscripts to you. Hafsa sent it to Uthman. Uthman then ordered Zayd ibn Thabit, Abdullah ibn Zubayr, Sa'id ibn al-As, and Abdurrahman ibn al-Harith ibn Hisham to rewrite the manuscripts in perfect copies. Uthman said to the 3 Qurayshi men, in case you disagree with Zayd ibn Thabit on any point in the Quran, then write it in the dialect of Quraysh. This was the first ahruf that was revealed. The Quran was revealed in their tongue. They did so.
I thought it was revealed in 7.
It was revealed in 7, but this is the original.
But he doesn't say it's the original. He says, write it, if you guys disagree, write it in the dialect of the Quraysh, because it was revealed in their dialect.
Yeah, because in another hadith, the Prophet Muhammad said, when Gabriel came to him and revealed him the Quran, he kept on asking for more.
He kept on asking for different modes of recitation. Right?
And then
I know.
Until they reached at 7.
So then is Uthman making a mistake here? Because the Quran wasn't just revealed in the Quraysh.
He said, in case you disagree with Zayd ibn Thabit on any point in the Quran, then write it in the dialect of Quraysh. The Quran was revealed in their dialect.
Boom. But it wasn't. But according to notice the difference, Qusay.
Yes.
The difference is that was the Quran just revealed in the dialect of Quraysh?
It wasn't just revealed in it. It was revealed in
right. So Uthman says, if you disagree with Zayd bin Thabit on any portion of the Quran, just write it in the dialect of Quraysh because it was revealed in their dialect. However, it wasn't just revealed in their dialect, it was revealed in other dialects. So why rely on just the Qurayshi dialect and not in others if you disagree?
Because the whole purpose of Uthman's Mus'haf, of his codex, is to unite the Muslims on one harf.
They should be united because they're all just different modes of the same Quran, right?
No.
Just different dialects, right?
No, hold on. So the 7 ahruf are different than the riwayat, the recitations. The ahruf are different than the recitations.
What are they? You know what? That's going somewhere else.
Ask him this. If they were all correct, you probably asked this already, but if they were all correct, why wouldn't they be united?
Okay, can you repeat that one more time?
If they were all correct, why wouldn't they be united already just by default? Because they're all correct.
So the ahruf, the people were citing, as they spread to Iraq, Azerbaijan, wherever, people began making mistakes in recitation that are not part of the Quran. The Quran started getting corrupted, in other words.
We're not talking about recitation. We're not talking about just oral.
Yes.
We're talking about the text, because he says he's write it in the dialect of Quraysh because it was revealed in their tongue, and you said the purpose of this is to unify it. Wouldn't it be already automatically unified if they're all correct? So it doesn't matter what dialect you write
unified. So Abu Bakr's Mus'haf was not unified on one harf. It included all 7. It was not unified on one.
What? Oh, so wait a minute. So Uthman's harf had all 7 dialects in it?
Uthman, no, his had 1. Abu Bakr's had 7. Abu Bakr's accommodated all of them. Yeah.
All right. Go to read the next portion.
Okay, hold on. Before I do, can I just ask you a question? I haven't gone a single question across. You guys have been asking all the questions.
Wait, we got to finish this thought, bro. Because we came here for a reason.
Excellent. Avery, let me ask you, after I finish this, let me ask you a question.
As long as it's on subject. As long as it's on subject.
It's very much on subject, yes.
All right.
Where did I leave off? Shit,
write it in the dialect of Quraysh because it was revealed in their tongue.
Yes, they did so. And when they had written many copies, Uthman returned the original manuscripts to Hafsa. Uthman sent every Muslim province 1 copy of what they had copied and ordered that all the other Quranic materials, whether written in fragmentary manuscripts or whole copies, be burnt.
Why?
Be burnt? Because it didn't conform to his. This was it was for the best interests of the Ummah.
Well, here's my question. Yeah. Were those manuscripts, those whole copies of Qurans and manuscripts of those Qurans, were they correct?
I'm going to answer, but just let me elaborate. Yes, they were correct, but just because Uthman had them burned, that does not imply that they were incorrect, right?
Sure.
He did that to unite. Let me finish. Mm-hmm. He did that to unite the Muslims on one harf out of benefit for the Ummah. Okay. And the companions at the time unanimously agreed upon this.
I got you.
Now,
if that's not true at all, then number one, Ibn Mas'ud, one of the companions, did not agree with Uthman's
they did. Ali ibn Abi Talib, Uthman's successor, has a hadith where he said all the companions agreed to it. He consulted us before he did.
Well, no, Ibn Mas'ud said, hide your Qurans. Don't burn them and turn them in. Keep them with you until you return with Allah.
We can address that. But first, answer my question.
Well, hold on. We're on this part. The part that we came to the hadith for. You
Yeah,
said
why
that these Qurans, at first you said, no, they're not correct because they didn't conform. Then you switched and said, yeah, they are correct,
I
even though
said
they
the,
don't conform.
the way they were reciting was incorrect. I didn't say the
No,
fragmentary.
we were talking about the manuscripts, and you said they were not correct, bro.
No, I said
But
very
then you
clearly the way
switched.
they were reciting it. The way they were reciting it.
Brother, look, I'm going to tell you to watch your clip back. I
problem, we
don't
can
feel
watch it
like
back.
going
We can
all the
watch
way
it back.
back right now to show
No
it because I
problem, no
usually do. But I'm telling you right now, my editors are going to rewind this. And they're going to show you when I asked you, were the manuscripts and whole copies of these Qurans, were they correct? You said no. That's where we were like, that's where life leaned back. Like, and then you said, and you're like, whoa. And that's when I started saying,
If that's the case, I retract that. Never mind. I forgot you were talking about that. In that case, I retract that. I retracted that right away. Because the question didn't clock in my brain. I said the answer. I made a mistake. May God forgive me.
No, you know what's going on. You're trying to, what's going on. You're trying to give an answer that just doesn't exist.
Because I'm trying to answer all your questions. And so far, you haven't answered any one of mine. I would like to ask you a question. Like it's
all right. So you have these manuscripts of the Quran and whole copies of Qurans that do not conform to Uthman's manuscript.
Correct.
So therefore, he has them burned. Correct. But these Qurans are correct. They are all true. They are all correct.
Yeah.
There's no mistake in them, right?
That doesn't mean they're incorrect.
I got you. I got you. So they're all correct. No mistakes in these Qurans. He had them burned, right?
Mistakes. It's not that they had. You know what? I'm gonna say I don't know. Like, please respect my ignorance. I don't know if there was no, like, because human beings are. I don't know if there's like one mistake on that. I know Uthman's codex is perfect. I don't know about the other ones. Let's just say general terms it's correct.
Can I show you that? Can I? Let me just show him a mistake.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Avery, you promised me a question. Let me ask you.
Wait. As long as we finish our thought here, you can ask something.
Okay, what's the thought? What's the thought?
So we're talking about you're talking about manuscripts, the writing, the reading of the text, right?
Let me just give you a summary.
No, I don't need a summary. What I need is something direct. What I need is I need you to explain to me, because now we're at an I don't know now. At first, the physical manuscripts that were burned were incorrect because they didn't conform to Uthman. Then you said they were correct, even though they don't conform to Uthman. Now you're saying you don't know. Okay, so now we don't know if they were correct or not. Here's my question.
Okay,
if they're correct, like what you're saying, if they're correct, what is the point of burning correct Qurans, true Qurans?
Excellent.
Getting rid of all these true Qurans. How does that benefit?
Excellent question.
The Ummah.
Excellent question. So when I said the other manuscripts were correct, I meant correct as in the sense that they are like Quran. I'm not saying what like, let's just say the other manuscripts that people had in the Muslim provinces before Uthman's codex was written, that it was not Quran. Yes, it was Quran. Were there like mistake, maybe one individual in Basra and Iraq, whatever, had some mistake in it? Maybe, I don't know. That's the part I said I don't know about. I don't know if like every single manuscript in the Muslim provinces didn't have one puny mistake in it. That's besides the point. Was it Quran? Yes. In that sense, it was correct, as in it was Quran. Now, Uthman's burning of them does not mean that they were incorrect. That's not what it means.
So why burn them?
He did that because it was in the best interest of the Muslims.
How?
Now, yes, and why was it? Why was it in the best interest of the Muslims?
Yeah, how is it in the best interest of the Ummah, of the Muslim people, to burn true copies of the Quran?
Because Uthman's codex united the Muslims. The Muslims were differing, as Hudayfa ibn al-Yaman said. People were different like the Jews and the Christians did before.
How does a true Quran...
Let me finish.
You keep going back to recitation. I'm talking about the books themselves, bro.
Yes.
The copies.
Yes.
How does a true Quran cause division?
Oh, so you're saying like they had like a correct manuscript?
That's what you're saying. You said that. You said that their manuscripts. Yeah, you said their manuscripts were correct. These whole copies that Uthman had burned were correct. They were true.
Yeah.
So how is burning true Qurans beneficial to the Ummah if they're true?
Those are two different questions.
No, it's the same question I've been asking.
No. One question. You said, why were people differing if their manuscripts were correct? Is that
No, that's not what I asked.
That's not what. Okay, great. So the question you asked was, what is that? Why was it in the best interest of the Muslims for Uthman to burn the other Qur'ans? That was your question.
Let me rephrase it again. What is the benefit of the Ummah to burn and get rid of true manuscript copies of the Quran, true Qurans, whole Qurans that are true, that are correct? How does it benefit the Ummah to get rid of them?
Many reasons. Number one, these other manuscripts that people had, for example, tafsir written on them. Like, for example, حافظوا على الصلوات والصلاة الوسطى, preserve the prayers in the middle prayer. Some people, the middle prayer is Salatul Asr. Some people literally wrote in their manuscripts Salatul Asr. And Al-Fatiha, غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين, like other than the ones.
So then these manuscripts were not true copies, then, correct?
Say again.
So then they were not true copies because they had additions and other people's notes written in them.
That's tafsir, but that doesn't invalidate it.
So I'm confused.
Let me answer your question. Let me answer. You made your
brother. You're mixing up your answer right now.
No.
At first you're saying the manuscripts are all good to go. Now you're saying they had additions in them of people's personal notes.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it invalid. That doesn't make the Quran.
So if
text in it
I got you. So if I add my own personal notes in the Quran, does that mean that this is a distorted copy of the Quran now?
So if you had like a verse of the Quran and then right next to it, the tafsir right next to it, like that's not no, that's not distorting the Quran.
So you can have a Quran. I got you. So you can have a manuscript of the Quran with people's notes in it, and it's still an authentic version of the Quran.
Let me answer your question because you keep adding questions in between.
Brother, you keep adding problems.
Let me explain to you the benefit of it. That's one reason. Be clear, bro. That's one reason people having tafsir in the Quran. That's why we have books of tafsir separate from the actual mushaf. We do not write tafsir on the Quran. Like that was something.
What's the problem with people brother? You're not dealing with what I'm asking you.
Because people would.
What is Kusai? What is the problem with people having what you say are notes? Personal notes or whatever, in their Quranic manuscripts? What's the problem with that if that doesn't invalidate the manuscript?
Because people will interpret it to be from the people. People are fallible. They will interpret it as from the Quran, or they will misunderstand it.
So then it will be a distortion of the Quran then, correct?
No,
it'll be a messed up manuscript because it's not a pure manuscript of the Quran because it has additions to it, right?
No. People will interpret it differently, but that doesn't mean it's
what? I got. All right, this is where I ask him this. This is perfect. This is where we see where his brain is at, and then this is where we see where his brain is at, and if he answered this, I already know what you're gonna do.
We done, bro.
Look, Kasai.
Yes.
You're saying that it's everything's correct, everything's all right, even though that these guys are correcting people. Look at this manuscript right here. These are two different writing styles. Someone else came in and corrected it. Do you know what's being corrected in this manuscript?
I can't exactly read that. Like it's not the Arabic I'm used to reading.
Okay, so all right, so this is a scan. He was given to us by Dan Brubaker. He's a Quranic manuscript studies scholar. He found in this manuscript that it was corrected where they had to insert the word the seven. So it didn't have. So this is what it said here. The two different corrections can be seen in figure 21. The first is above in the upper line shown, where the word al-sabai, the seven, have been added by a later scribe and in a very different script style from what the original scribe as written. The portion read, "Say, who is the Lord of the heavens and the Lord of the great throne?" As corrected. And it stands in the 1924 Cairo edition. It reads, "Say, who is the Lord of the seven heavens and the Lord of the throne?" So are both of these right? When he didn't add seven, was he right?
Can you look at can you go down to the citation, please?
It's right here.
No, like I want to see the verse. Like what chapter, what verse? 2386.
2386. He's gonna go to the Uthmanic standard version to make his decision. Bro. Are both of these right? One of them doesn't have seven, one of them does. A later scribe had to come in and change it for the person because the person didn't see that it needed to have the word seven. They left it there. There was no need to correct it. They put it without 7. A later scribe comes and adds 7.
Okay, I'll just answer this question. I'll say I don't know. I don't know, like I don't know what like manuscript this is. I don't know, like I don't. It's the one I just pulled up. It says 7. قل من رب السماوات السبع. 7 is there 7.
So
I don't know if the other one. Hold on, let me just say this. I don't know if قل من رب السماوات ورب العرش, like without 7. I don't know if that's a different قراءة for this.
Brother,
one.
you can't get 7 without writing 7. There's no way you're gonna read. Look, there's no way you're gonna read. Who is the Lord of the heavens and the Lord of the great throne? You're not gonna get 7 without 7. So did he make a mistake? Did the scribe make a mistake by not adding 7? Or are they both correct?
I don't know if they're both correct. That's the thing. I don't know.
All right.
I don't know. Now let me ask you a question.
Being dishonest, dude. It literally says he corrected it. It literally said the scribe corrected it, bro.
Okay, but that implies that the previous one was a mistake. I don't know if this is truly a mistake or if it's a different qira'ah, because I told you the qira'ahs are not mistakes.
It's in the text.
The Quran was not preserved in the text. It was preserved through oral recitation. I just told you.
Do you understand? Hey, life. Are you talking about a different manuscript, or are you talking about something that was added into the same manuscript? Hold on.
Right here.
So it's in the same question that will refute this. Hold on, Kasai.
Let me ask you a question that will refute
Hold on, bro.
Yeah.
You're scared of my question? Damn, I haven't asked a single question. You're that scared?
Kasai, with as dishonest you are, I need you to be quiet right now when I just ask Life something. Please be quiet.
Ask.
Everything that I show you is happening on the same manuscript. Everything I'll show today is going to be on the same manuscript. They are corrections that people are erasing or squeezing in to the text to read the way that they needed to read.
So you see how it's not a different qira'ah? It's the same manuscript that's being erased or added to. You understand?
Okay, now let me ask you a question. It's on the same
Wait,
topic.
do you understand that though?
I understand. Now let me ask you the question.
When you because I don't want you to zoom past this.
It's not past. I'm not zooming past. We'll come back.
So you know it's not a different qira'ah, right?
We'll come back to this after my question. It's on the same topic. I promise. Let me ask my question.
Take care of yourself, man. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself.
Man. Everything is okay. I don't know. Could
yes, no. Yes, no. I didn't say that. Okay, no. Yes.
What the heck? These guys got to uphold a lie so much where the simplest thing, they can't even say a scribe made a mistake writing the Quran, but he can say that the scribes or the Quran wasn't physically preserved properly.
And it wasn't meant to be physically preserved.
But they didn't make mistakes when they wrote it down.
Yeah. The Quran is not physically preserved. So with his position, he should be okay with saying, yeah, physically scribes made mistakes. Yes, physically scribes made additions. He should be okay with that, right? Because he said it wasn't physically preserved, nor was it intended to be physically preserved. He should be okay with that. But he can't even admit when the text has additions and subtractions, a scribal error or correction. He can't admit it. Take care of yourself, man.
Manuscript that I show, guys, another scribe had to come right over it and insert it into what the other scribe wrote. If another scribe is coming in doing that, he's correcting him. They both are not right. One of them feels like something is missing or something doesn't need to be there. The dishonesty goes too far when you're dealing with their Quran. This perfect preservation claim is such a lie. This is what they got to do.
So not only, ladies and gentlemen, are you seeing that it's within their own texts, within their own hadith, their history that talks about the corruption of the Quran, it not being preserved, but you also have manuscript evidence of scribal errors and scribal corrections and additions and erasures, all of that. Hadith history and manuscripts. It's tough. This whole Islam is Quran is preserved. This whole cooked. It's done. Shout out Giant GOC. Because we can, and then we can go into the Qira'at, the different recitations of the Quran, and show you the differences in wording, words missing, rulings changed in the Qira'at that they say, oh yeah, Muhammad said it all. Okay. All right. He said Allah was surprised and Muhammad was surprised. Nice. All right.
Crazy, man. And that's good how it shows that this religion collapses on itself, even when you do the manuscripts, even when you go within the book and go talk about what the book says for itself, it collapses on itself. You go with the manuscripts, it collapses on itself. You go with Muhammad's morals, it collapses on itself. Everywhere you go in Islam, if you just think critically, it's gonna collapse on itself.
Amen. This brother here says, or sister, don't know, you exposed Islam to me and built my confidence. Amen. That's what we do by the grace of the Lord. Creed says that he cooked life on this a while ago. So Creed, you're more than welcome to join up. I told you to join, man. General Creed, hit the request and join up.
That was that day you told me you wish I recorded that.
Yes.
He cooked me?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, come up. I've been waiting because I can actually show him what I was cooking him on now. Come up. TikTok, wherever. I will destroy you, bro.
Yeah, join. Hit the request on TikTok, Creed. Don't be shy. I gave you the invite earlier today, so don't just be a spectator, man. Stop sitting here watching your Muslim brothers get shredded up here, man. All right, let's bring up stop sitting. Uh-oh. Marion, you have a echo, so you got to turn me off on YouTube if you have me on YouTube or another device. All right.
Okay. You guys can hear me all good, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. I wanted to provide my intake from the whole translation manuscripts is because I'm Christian, but I was originally born in Egypt. I came to America when I was 8 years old. With the Arabic, I just want, maybe not a whole lot of people will know, with the Arabic dialect, there's different versions or variations of Arabic that can be confused or misinterpreted. And it's like way off. So for example, if I say, how are you, good logic, I will say in the Egyptian slang is Zayak. But however, in the Palestinian or Jordanian, they would say Kif Halik. For people who are who are illiterate or do not know that.
Oh, lost her. It looks like she lost connection. She lost connection, but guys, please only request up if you are a Muslim, please, and thank you. Chicago boy, how you doing? All right. Abdullah, how you doing?
Yo, can you guys hear me all right?
Yep.
How you guys doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. I just watched the Muhammad Hijab debate like a couple hours ago.
Nice. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. You guys started going crazy at the end when Libiano came up and you got scared. So I don't really know what happened, but why don't you want to debate him?
Would you debate somebody who slanders your wife?
I mean, he didn't slander your wife like a year ago and you didn't want to debate him.
Would you? I didn't ask that.
Right? No, but that's what I asked.
Would you talk to someone who slanders your wife?
Oh, no, of course not. First of all,
okay,
I'll
so pause. So am I justified in not talking to someone who slanders my wife?
Absolutely. Did hijab
all right,
slander
thank
your
you.
wife?
So don't ask me about Libiano again. So now what you're here for? What you're here for? Excuse me. What you're here for is you're here to come up and defend your religion. So hopefully you're not as depraved and stupid as Libiano and Muhammad Hijab. Maybe you can actually defend your religion better than they can. So, do you believe that the Quran is preserved? Yes or no?
Yeah, I do, but I think they're much better.
Okay, based on what?
They're better than me at this, dude. I don't know why you don't debate.
Then what are you here for?
I'm here to tell you to go.
All right, go tell them. Take care of yourself. Don't come on my panel again with that stupidity. Absolute clown. Right.
Hello.
Yo.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. So, I believe the Quran is not corrupted because it's from God, and we know it's from God because it has future scientific miracles. And that's one reason. Can you
What
hear
does
me?
that have to do with corruption and preservation?
Because God's words cannot be corrupted.
Got it. So you believe that the Quran is still the same as from when Muhammad was reciting it?
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you know who Abu Musa is?
No.
So Abu Musa is one of the companions of Muhammad who, in the reign of Umar, was placed over Basra as the al-Ashari. Okay. And so
I don't really know what that means.
Well, he was a leader, basically.
Okay.
And this is the time after Muhammad died. Okay. So this is what he had to say here.
All right.
This is Sahih Muslim 1050. Whoops, what happened? Oh. All right. It's over here on the right. Sahih Muslim 1050. It says that Abu Musa al-Ash'ari sent for the reciters of Basra. They came to him, and they were 300 in number. They recited the Quran, and he said, "You are the best among the inhabitants of Basra, for you are the reciters among them. So continue to recite it. But bear in mind that your reciting for a long time may not harden your hearts, as were hardened the hearts of those before you. We used to recite a surah which resembled in length and severity to Surah Bara'at." That's chapter 9. "I have, however, forgotten it, with the exception of this which I remember out of it. If there were 2 valleys full of riches for the son of Adam, he would long for a 3rd valley, and nothing would fill the stomach of the son of Adam but dust." So that's all he remembers of this chapter. Now remember, this chapter is as long as chapter 9, so about 129 verses.
Okay.
But he forgot most of it except this portion. Okay.
All right.
So my question is, I'll just stop here for a second. Have you ever read this verse in the Quran? If there are 2 valleys full of riches for the son of Adam, he would long for a 3rd valley, and nothing would fill the stomach of the son of Adam
No.
but dust? No?
This one, no.
Okay. That's because it doesn't exist. It's not in your Quran today. It's not in any of the Qurans today.
Okay.
So
what conclusion are you working towards?
the conclusion is that your Quran is different from the Quran that the companions used to recite and have.
Can you prove that just because he said he remembered this had to be in the Quran back then?
They recited the Quran, right?
Yeah. They recited, and then he said, it says, and
"You are the best among the inhabitants of Basra, for you are the reciters among them, so continue to recite it." Recite the Quran, right?
Yeah, but yeah.
He says, "But bear in mind that your reciting for a long time may not harden your hearts, as were hardened the hearts of those before you. We used to recite a surah which resembled in length and severity to Surah Bara'at."
Yeah.
So that would be in the Quran, right?
It would be in the Quran, is what he
There you go.
claims. Yeah.
So they.
But I believe
he remembered
he was wrong here. Then, if there was no,
he was
verse
wrong.
available. Yeah.
The companion of Muhammad was wrong.
Yeah.
Because
People
according
can
to
make
them,
mistakes. Yeah.
Because it's not just him. He's saying we. There's multiple.
We, is it referring to that verse?
Yeah, we used to recite a surah which resembled in length and severity to Surah Bara'at. I have, however, forgotten it, with the exception of this, which I remember out of it. And then he quotes it. Quotes this passage that does not exist in your Quran.
It says when we used to recite a surah, it isn't referring to the verse. It's referring to another surah. So you
Say
know,
that again. Wait.
it, it, it
Say
can
that
make
again, bro.
sense if he
Wait.
forgot
Say,
the
say that.
surah,
Say
he
that
wouldn't
again.
remember it properly.
Wait. So you can be reciting if he's talking about reciting a surah. Is he talking about reciting verses?
Yeah.
Okay. So what the hell are you on about, bro?
What I'm saying is, when it says we used to recite a surah which resembled in length and severity to Surah Barat.
Right. So they used to recite the verses of that chapter, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The word we, it's referring to the people reciting the surah, not this particular verse.
They used to recite this verse too. They used to recite the chapter. The only part that he remembers from the chapter is this verse right here, highlighted.
Okay. So if this isn't in the Quran, then what does that do?
It means that
shows
your
that there was
Quran
a
is
different Quran.
It means
different Quran
exactly.
back then.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. So the problem is that this is just somebody's claim, all right?
Yeah,
So
a companion's claim.
Yeah, I know. So can you provide evidence of this companion being true?
The companion being true, the companion of Muhammad?
Yeah, we don't believe they're perfect, by the way.
Yeah, so
So they can make
I'm
mistakes.
a little confused because not only is he a companion of Muhammad, but even Umar vouched for him and made him leader over these people of Basra.
That makes him perfect? That doesn't make him perfect.
That means he's reliable. Unless you have
to what
something
degree is he
otherwise to give.
reliable?
No, it's okay, brother. If you wanna
But no, do you
say that,
agree
if you have a
he's
reason to
100%
say,
reliable
just
or
really
not?
quick, if you have a reason
Is
to
he
say that,
100% reliable, my
hold
friend?
on, I don't know if I was speaking or not. If you have a reason to reject Abu Musa as a companion of your prophet who learned directly under him, and
don't
say
believe any
that
of
this
the
guy is actually tripping,
Yeah.
what is your evidence for that?
Oh, well, you didn't disagree with me saying that the companions are imperfect. So we shouldn't have any problem on that.
Yeah, so what is your evidence that he's wrong here?
Well, the evidence is because there's no historical Quran which has this verse. There's no historical evidence for this claim.
But
No
whoa. Are your authentic hadith historical sources within Islam?
Are my authentic hadith historical? Yeah.
So according to your authentic hadith, it's claiming that Abu Musa had a Quran that's different than yours, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you do have historical evidence, at least within your Islamic paradigm, that there existed a Quran that Abu Musa and others used to have that
No, there's just a claim.
doesn't
It isn't
exist
evidence.
anymore.
No, that's not. This hadith isn't evidence. It's a claim.
Oh, so the hadith that's making the claim is not evidence of your historicity.
No.
All right. Let me just make sure I write that down.
Just because somebody said
Sahih
something
hadith
very long ago doesn't act as evidence for it.
I got you.
No.
Sahih hadith is just a claim. Just
By the way, we agreed the companion's not 100% perfect,
claim.
right? We agree on that, right?
Not. Hold on. Let me just make sure we do this the right way.
Why aren't you answering my question, man?
Hold on. You can ask it again.
What did he say?
Do you think
I done pay so many money, trouble family get insane. Some of y'all wonder, bro, what is happening up in your brain? Ask a simple question, then you panic and you can't refrain. Have to say whatever come to mind and trample on your fate. I done wrote a book that full of all the silly things you say. You just make up anything to win when you defend your faith. Yeah, you really tried it, took a shot at feeling in the great. You done said so many silly things to fill up every page. Think you spit flames. You only eat it cause you cook. Coming up to be conceited, wound up being in the book. You should watch your clip back. I hope you see it when you look. Yeah, probably gonna sting like pins and needles in a foot. You ain't had a logic, then you need to quiet down. But you want to let it out, and so I write it down.
It's just a claim,
hear yourself because you like the sound.
not
Sound stupid
evidence.
what you said, but in your head was quite
Abu Musa
profound.
was
Hold up,
wrong.
bro, wait a second, you said what? What you talking about? I think your brain just turned to mush. Hear your mouth be talking, but your brain cannot keep up. Flag up on the play, bro, I'ma have to write you up. Hey, what did he say? That going in the red book. What did he say? That going in the red book. What did he say? That red book. What did he say? Yeah. Hey, hey.
All right. I just had to make sure I got that down, man. Sorry. So, thank you. Appreciate that. So your
Took you a lot of
authentic
time, man.
your authentic hadith is not historical evidence, it's just a claim.
Yeah, the person's making the claim in the hadith. Yeah.
Yeah. Goodness, bro. All right, thanks, man. Hey, thanks, man.
Bruh, I can't. Man, bro. How do they how do y'all expect us to believe Islam is true, bro? If I mean the natural responses are what we've gotten today. I mean, this is supposed to be one of your bold claims that makes your religion true. This is the one right here that y'all parade around every day. And look at what the religion has done to them by implementing this grand claim of preservation, letter for letter, word for word, dot for dot. Look at what it's done to them. They are rejecting the very person Muhammad said follow. But yet they believe in the Quran and they follow Muhammad. These are the same people that will tell us, oh, they walk into the masjid with a certain foot because Muhammad did it. Or they wipe with a certain hand because Muhammad did it. Or, they drink a certain way because Muhammad did it. But when he tell you to follow this dude, oh, hey, it's 100,000 companions, man. He was flawed. We don't need to follow him. I've been trying to wrap my head around that. That's a good one. I'm stealing that one, Logic, for sure. I like that one.
You like that Ibn Masud one?
That's crazy, bro. Then he
Ibn
just tore
Masud,
down
Abu Musa.
He just tore down hadith over that.
Yeah.
Hadith under the bus now. Authentic
Gone.
hadith.
Sahih Muslim. No, I'm sorry. Sahih Muslim. Just a claim, man. That's not evidence. Hey, he said, man, get that out of my face, man. Hey, get that out of my face, man. That's just a claim.
So you got them throwing hadith under the bus, throwing the people Muhammad said follow under the bus, and I got them saying all the manuscripts is correct, even though they was correcting them. They all right.
You got them to say the Quran is not physically preserved.
Yeah.
And you got them to say the Quran was not meant to be preserved physically. That's what you got them to say, man.
And I don't know if someone corrects the manuscript if that person who originally wrote it made a mistake. They both could be right.
They both could be right. They both could be right. Allahu Alam, man. Allahu Alam.
Yeah, this stuff is insane.
I might be doing this again Wednesday. Matter of fact, honestly, this might be the week of Quran preservation topic. We might just be blasting this for the rest of the week.
Bro, I went through 5% of what I have on my computer.
Man, I went through 5% of what I got.
Right.
I can't even get past Fade One with Dean.
I like how we doing it from two different angles too. Like that's crazy. You going with they know, but yeah, that's crazy.
they know. They know.
Yeah. Wow.
So guys, I hope that you guys took notes. Take notes of the references we're showing, the book references, the quotes, the hadith numbers. This stuff is ironclad. It's legit. Well, let me get you big screen, man, because let me get you big screen. Get these books. Get these books. You want these references? Screenshot. Buy them later. They're on Amazon and whatnot. Get these books and expose the lies of Islam. demonstrating that the Quran is not preserved word for word, letter for letter, or even remotely close to what they think. It's not just about Qira'at or Ahruf. It ain't about that. These manuscripts is messed up, man. We're talking one manuscript having erasures and stuff written over and corrections, additions, subtractions. This is what we on about.
Squeezing in little words here because they done made mistakes. Like, look at this right here. Squeezing in stuff right here. Squeezing in stuff right here all over these manuscripts. You get these books, guys, you'll see all of this stuff. And I want to show you this too. This is the book that you need to get. The one that I showed you, Textual Criticism and Quranic Manuscripts. Look at what his conclusion was after doing his study. This is insane. Look at this. And the reason why I was asking the other brother those questions he never wanted to answer, because I was going to tell him this is why what Uthman did is bad. And it says this. Look at his overall conclusion on one version going back to Muhammad. One issue that has stood in the background of the centuries of the study of Quranic variants is whether or not the idea of one precise version of the Quran going back to Muhammad can be supported from all available evidence. The belief in such a text is a mainstay of popular Islamic discourse. Like they say, one Quran, letter for letter, word for word. In Western scholarship, this issue has factored into discussions of existence of an or text. If you don't know what that means, it's right there at the top. The original official version of the Quran. So it says, this issue has factored into discussions of the existence of an or text of the Quran. Keep that in mind towards the end. Donor helpfully observed that even though there is an early form of a consonantal textus receptus, there has never been one single identifiable textual specimen or manuscript that has been universally accepted as representing that text. Basically, the standard version, one official version of the Quran, has never been found. If one relies on Islamic tradition, now watch this. This is where the cope comes into play, and he's being honest. This is what scholars do. They got to argue both sides. If one relies on Islamic traditions, a pedigree of such a text can be constructed. But look at what he says, not the text itself. So remember when that brother kept coming up orally. That's what he means, orally. But watch this. But it must be done selectively at the expense of material that contradicts the idea. Now watch this. When we bring manuscripts into play, if manuscript evidence is included, the idea becomes even more difficult to maintain because of the amount of editing done after Muhammad's death. This is a guy who's a scholar, he's a PhD, who's done extensive studies over all of this stuff, and this is the conclusion that he's drawn.
Wow.
Hey, but who? What's his daddy name?
Wait, what is Uncle? Is his uncle reliable?
Is he a Muslim? He a Muslim scholar? If he ain't a Muslim scholar, I'm good.
Now, if we talking about, if we hollering about some oral preservation, this right here, what I keep sharing, absolutely destroys this idea of oral preservation, and let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because notice, Abu Musa, now guys, remember, this is in the time of the second caliph. This is after Abu Bakr had compiled the first codex. So Hafsa's Quran should have had this stuff in here. Should have. Okay? But look here. So Abu Musa sent for the reciters of Basra. So they're reciting it. This is all oral. They're reciting the Quran. They came to him. They were 300 in numbers. This is just in Basra alone. 300 reciters of the Quran. They recited the Quran and he said, "You are the best among the inhabitants of Basra, for you are the reciters among them. So continue to recite it." This is good, right? Oral recitation shows the preservation of the Quran. But look at what Abu Musa tells them in regards to reciting the Quran. He says, bear in mind that you're reciting for a long time may not harden your hearts as were hardened the hearts of those before you. Hold on a second. So reciting the Quran for a long time didn't work out for the people before these guys? Wow. It hardened their hearts? They got cocky in reciting the Quran? What happened? I thought oral recitation is how the Quran is meant to be preserved. Look here. We used to recite a surah which resembled in length and severity to Surah Bara'at. I have, however, forgotten it, with the exception of this, which I remember out of it. So they used to recite this, and they was reciting for a long time, but they got cocky, and they all forgot the chapter.
Wow.
Over 129 verses. Gone. But he said he remembers some part of it. If there were two valleys full of riches, for the son of Adam, he would long for a third valley, and nothing would fill the stomach of the son of Adam but dust. Where is this? Gone. Does not exist in any Qurans, any codex, any manuscript, any recitation. This is gone, all of it. So you have a chapter that was as long as chapter 9, 129 verses at minimum. They used to recite it. Oral recitation, it's gone. You understand? It's gone. Oral recitation did not work.
Wow.
But this ain't evidence. This is just a claim. It's just a claim.
Yeah, it makes it, I mean, exactly. I mean, that makes it worse. Is that, if you want to go oral, then boom, you bring up those right there. It's over with. Where's all this stuff they used to recite? Why didn't make it into the Quran? Man, bro.
Gone. All right, let's get some super chats up. I'm gonna bring up our friend Designer. You want to get at life. Before you engage, Oud, I'm gonna go ahead and read some super chats. General Creed, I see you in the comments, man. What's going on, dude? Creed, come on up, man. Ain't you part of the Belt Boys or whatever y'all call yourselves?
The Belt Boys.
The Belt Boys. The Belt Bottom. The Belt Boys. Okay. Come on, Creed.
The Belt Boys, huh?
I think call them the Belt Boys. I think that's what he's calling the new group. He said we gonna get Libiano out of here. We gonna get Central out of here. We gonna get Malik out of there. We gonna get Muhammad Ajab and all them. He's like the guys who are known. He said that his group is gonna replace them because they have better arguments. They have a better, and most of all, he said they have better character. That they're not going to be insulting and going after people's wives and stuff like that. He said we will be better representatives of Muslims and of Islam. That's what he said.
To be fair, that is what they need.
I'm replacing all of them.
Oh, Oud is
that is what they need, man.
They need a hero, man. They need a hero.
I'm here for the rescue, man.
Mashallah. All right, let me read a couple of super chats, Oud, and then I'll let you cook us. All right. You sure you're not nervous coming here by yourself, man?
You know I'm a one-man soldier, man.
All right. One-man soldier, Designer in the building. Okay. Let's get some big super chats. There's a lot to get through. I won't be able to get through everything, but let me just try to get a chunk out. Let's see. You didn't know the verse, but know how to defend it. Yeah, that's exactly how they be, man. Never heard the verse before, never seen the reference, but now they got all type of explanations for it. We know it's abrogated because it's not in the Quran. It's not in the Quran because it was abrogated. I don't know why it's so hard to understand. I just have one question. Brother, one question. How much you want to bet that if Muhammad was alive today, Muslims of this era would reject him as a fake prophet? Oh, for sure. Absolutely. They'd stone that man. Logic needs to get scrubs and dress like a surgeon. Dr. Alabotomizer. I like that. I like that. I.E., why you keep putting me in this corner I'm trying to get out of? Don't hide, Habibi. Don't you hide, Habibi. 99 companions, Masood ain't one of them.
There we go. Shoot.
99 companions and Masood ain't one. Tough. I love you, brother. Love you too. Love you too. How might a Christian ask you some specific questions about the Quran related to how Muslims claim revelation order was revealed, previous prophets, etc.? Number one, you could definitely email me. Number two, there are people who have done extensive articles, unsaid subjects, so whatever you want. Go to Answering Islam. And they touch on everything. Okay? Answering Islam blog, answeringislam.net, I think it is too. So go on these websites and you'll find the answers. Whole database of all this stuff already done. No, guys. Muhammad only generally affirmed Ibn Abbas. Muhammad didn't fully confirm Ibn Masud. He only generally confirmed Ibn Masud.
Right.
Nice.
We got Uthman get that too. Anything that go with what Uthman say go in the Quran is good. Anything that don't go with what Uthman say is bad. Man, bro.
MashaAllah. Muhammad has a strange obsession with telling us to affirm things that refute him, LMAO. Nah, it's bad. It's bad. Today I saw a video on Jehovah's Witnesses in their version of the Last Supper, or the version of the Last Supper. They just pass the wine and bread without drinking and eating from it. It's like they want their members to actively reject Jesus. Yeah, that's crazy. Crazy work. What is the logic behind abrogation? Is it Allah or Momo's mistake, or is it for temporary rules? It's funny. Like I said, I brought up the context earlier. Muhammad used to forget what he would say the day before, man. And the people would call him out on it. And so he came up with this abrogation concept. Oh, it's not that Allah causes him to forget, except that he brings a verse similar or better than what was forgotten or substituted. Such a cop-out, man. Have you watched The False Prophet on Netflix? It's about Mormon leader. The Mormon's leader is definitely Momo reincarnated. I haven't. I started episode 1, though. It's good. God bless the ministry. Thank you. Why is God Trinity 3 persons, not 4, not 5, or 6? Because Trinity is all that's necessary. God being love, and he is the greatest conceivable being. He's the greatest form of love, which is cooperative love, where multiple persons share their love with another. All that's required for that is 3. So 4, 5, 6 persons, the quality of love isn't changing, just the quantity of persons that's involved in it. That's all that's changing. So all that's necessary is 3 persons, and that's how God reveals himself. I found Apologetics Hitmakers album on Amazon Music. I've been jamming and laughing for 3 days. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know it was on Amazon Music too. Yeah, guys. You guys want these songs that we be using during the streams? Amazon Music, iTunes or Apple Music, and Spotify as well. All right. You can find them on all these platforms and download them and listen to them at your leisure. It's called, what is it called? Apologetics Hitmakers. Or you could just put in the search bar, We Just Read, and our song will come up. All right, we got some big super chats here. Big, huge super chat from Joanne who says, I please go close to Patterson, New Jersey. All right, please go close to Patterson, New Jersey for a debate. I will go with my husband to visit and support. How far is Patterson, New Jersey from New York and Times Square and Washington Square Park? Shouldn't be too far, right? Patterson, New Jersey. I think we were actually in Patterson, New Jersey last time when they did a festival last year, and we visited the Muslims. Okay, a couple more, Oud, and then you could go ahead and start cooking us, okay? Avery, verses have been removed, like the verse unsuckling. Caller, it wasn't physical suckling. Chat, 1, not the point. 2, what in Allah's Jahannam is non-physical suckling? Islam, man. Islam. Why didn't I even write that down? The suckling.
Look what I just found in my wallet, bro.
In and out gift card?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. God put that in there so you could give it to me. That's right. You know how it go, man.
What you doing when we get off the line?
Oh, yeah, man. What you up to, man? Big head.
I know exactly where I'm going.
What you up to after this big head? You know, man. Hey, man. Look, you can tag me along with you, man. Listen. In and out, boy. When are you and your team going to make an apologetic study Bible with dedicated apologetics notes? Probably never. That's a huge project that takes years to do, and I'm not one of those guys. Also, I mentioned Minnesota via super chat a while ago. When are you pulling up to Minnesota? God bless. Now that I have no idea. What's in Minnesota for us? Is there some action? If there's some action in Minnesota, we have no problem pulling up to the action. Black Dog says, the glorification of oral tradition isn't just an Islamic phenomenon. Other cultures that only just came out of an oral tradition do the same. The written is how we literally materialize memory. It's the written word that makes one culture technological superior to one that doesn't. Boom, boom.
Yep.
Man. Thank you so much for that super chat. All right, Oud, what you got for us, man?
What do you want to start?
We're talking about Quran's corruption, man. The same topic we talked about when I was with you yesterday.
You just introduced it, yeah. It's not that something that we've discussed a lot, so it's kind of a bit new, you know. So
yeah,
the more conversation, the more we can cook.
So you agree that the panel yesterday didn't do too good when I brought this up?
No, they did. But like I said, it's something new you kind of brought to the table. We haven't discussed this topic as much.
So they did good in answering me?
They tried their best. Yeah, they tried their best.
But did they? I know they tried their best. They was trying their hardest. They were sweating.
We covered most of the points. We did initially, we were building up the argument. So it was a bit here and there, but eventually we kind of did cover all the points, as many as we can.
So specifically, when I brought up Abu Musa, right, and the people of Basra reciting the Quran after Muhammad, and how he forgot a surah that was as long as chapter 9, and that portion that he remembers doesn't exist today. What was a good response that they gave to that actually answered this?
So we were correct. Look, now I look more into it. So we were correct in there's two response to this, not one. It's not just abrogation. There's two options. Either abrogation or forgetfulness. Either it was abrogated by another, that, like you said, that Allah abrogates it with something better, or the other understanding is that without the abrogation, he just forgot that there was no abrogation.
Okay, so let's deal with the first part, abrogation. So you already agreed last time that abrogation cannot happen without Muhammad, right?
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Right. So this is happening after Muhammad's time. Abu Musa being leader over in the land of the people of Basra is after Muhammad's death. It's in the reign of Umar, the caliph. Okay? So even Abu Bakr is dead at this time.
Okay, so Abu Musa is present at the reign of Umar.
Yes.
Okay.
He's a companion of Muhammad who's still alive during the reign of Umar.
And he's obviously the Sahabas were given authority over certain places. So
exactly. He was given authority over Basra by Umar. Umar gave him authority over Basra.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So this is after Muhammad's death. So what he forgot can't be abrogation because Muhammad's gone. He's dead by now.
This is why,
real quick, Logic. Is he your last guess?
Probably.
All right. Peace out, y'all. Thanks for having me, man. I'm gonna go ahead and head out.
Where you going?
In and out.
You ain't
I'm hungry, bro. I got something to eat, man.
All right, go on and get then. Watch your head, man. All right, go ahead.
Or just me and you then, no problem.
Say that again?
No, I said me and you, cook you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's me and you.
Okay, so yeah, this is why we have, in terms of, because you said the abrogation happens because of the presence of the Prophet, so option 2, him forgetting, he just forgot.
Right, so therefore his forgetfulness caused corruption of the Quran, right? Because they forgot this whole chapter. Well, they didn't forget the whole chapter. He remembered at least a portion of it, but even that doesn't exist anymore.
He remembers some of it.
Yeah. So, but even that doesn't exist in any of your Qurans. So therefore, your Quran's been changed, right?
Yeah. So when he says all this, does he say all this at the time of the Prophet or after, at the reign of Umar? So does he mention all this?
You ain't been listening to me, man?
No, I have. Does he mention all this at the time when the Prophet ﷺ was around, or this forgetfulness? Does he say this after?
Muhammad is dead at this time, bro.
Oh, so he's saying this when Muhammad is dead, not present with him.
Correct.
Right? Yeah. So after years of revelation, it's possible that whatever you learn, like you could forget. So that's what happened, that he forgot because time elapsed, right?
So Abu Musa forgot.
Yeah.
And therefore their forgetfulness, because relying on memory was not a good way to preserve the Quran, as we clearly see. Their forgetfulness caused the Quran to be altered because you have an entire chapter missing. You have actually not just one, you have multiple chapters missing.
So are we gonna rely on the corruption of the Quran based on Abu Musa, one companion of the Prophet?
It's one of the evidences.
So how can you use a companion to have your basis of corrupting the Quran?
How can I watch this? How do you have the preservation of the Quran?
The preservation of the Quran is from the Prophet ﷺ, like you said at the
how do you trace it back to Muhammad?
Meaning, when he was present, the compilation can happen. Even after,
the compilation didn't happen in Muhammad's time. That happened after.
Okay, but he was in charge of having it all together.
No, he wasn't, because Muhammad was dead.
No, he was because
Muhammad was dead when the Quran was compiled.
Okay, if the Prophet was not observing of how to put it all together, then the Quran would have been in the order that the revelation came. But how come the Quran is not in the order of revelation?
So how do you trace it back to Muhammad?
Yeah, no, we do trace it back to Muhammad because
how?
how meaning it came to it came to the prophet. Look, as it look, it came to the prophet as he
What's a how, huh?
no, meaning look, it came to
What's
the
a how,
prophet.
Ud?
Look, it came to the prophet over the 23 years. So after it fully, look, let me just get my chain of thought.
All right, go
sorted
ahead.
here.
Go
So,
ahead.
yeah,
Get
yeah.
it together.
No, because there's a lot to cover here. So from Abu Musa,
There's not that
gone.
much to cover. It's
No,
a simple question.
I wanted to focus on Abu Musa, but you're going to the prophet. This is the problem.
No, I'm not even going to Muhammad.
Yeah.
How do you trace your Quran back to Muhammad? How do you make sure that it traces back to him?
No, that's very simple. Obviously, it came to him. So these are the students of the prophet. Yes.
Boom.
The howness. Yeah.
Right. You just said it.
Yeah.
Through the
Yeah.
students, i.e., the
Yeah.
companions of Muhammad, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
through the companions that you trace your stuff back to Muhammad. So if you have a companion here that's like, hey, we used to recite a chapter that's similar to chapter 9, but we forgot most of it. Then I can trace this back to the companions who learned from Muhammad, and they're even saying, yeah, memory didn't work well because we forgot a couple chapters of the Quran.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay, that's fine.
see
Now
how?
I can work. Okay, now I can connect. So okay. So is the Quran just a few verses or chapter? But the Quran is quite big, right? So there's a lot to memorize. So we're talking about quite a lot to memorize. So out of the whole chunk of the Quran, if it's only a few chapters and even a few verses that they forgot, it's not like end of the world. It's only a few verses. They haven't forgotten. They haven't even forgotten chapters.
I agree.
Abu Musa,
I
Abu
agree,
Musa isn't
Ud,
even
that it's not the
talking
end of the
about-
world.
Yeah,
If 129 verses are missing from your Quran, it's
Yeah.
okay. I mean, the sun's still going to shine. The rain is still going to come down on the evil and the good. The cow is still going to moo, and the fat lady's still going to sing. You know, the earth is still going to rotate. You know what I'm saying? And the moon is still going to shine in its light from that it reflects off the sun. The life's going to go on. But you got missing chapters and verses in your Quran. Life goes on, but your Quran has been altered.
Okay, so these verses that you say, the teacher is not Abu Musa, so their teacher is the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So him being the teacher and the revelation coming to him, do you think he would let these verses slide out of when it was put together? The Prophet would say, oh no, these verses don't have to be included in it. So whatever's important in the revelation, that everything that was revealed to him, that he has to have it all in order that the revelation came intact. Yeah.
When was the first compilation of the Quran? Was it done by Muhammad?
The compilation is with Uthman, but
even before that,
ordering-
because that's the second
but-
compilation. Who did the
Okay.
first compilation? Do you know?
As far as I know, the Prophet was involved in.
No, he
Yeah.
was not.
Yeah, the
He was-
Prophet was involved.
Okay, let me help you out. Okay,
What evidence do you have that the Prophet was involved?
don't. I'm the unlettered Christian. You know I have evidence. You know I have everything. Just
Yeah, go
one
on.
second, brother. I can't believe I have to do this. But no, I'm tripping. Of course I believe I have to do this. I have to do this all the time. I constantly have to teach Islam and then refute it. Goodness gracious. All right. Sahih Bukhari 4986. Have you ever read that one before? I'm pretty sure you have.
If you read it, I'll probably even know it.
Yeah, it talks about how the people of the Battle of Yamama died, who used to remember the Quran.
This one is very famous. So the
Yes,
Battle
it
of
is.
Yamama.
It's very famous. Okay.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you
Okay,
can
good.
we can use it for our own advantage.
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
watch this. So you have Sahih Bukhari 4986. People who used to memorize the Quran, they died in battle, in the Battle of Yamama. Not a lot, not all of them, but a chunk of them. And
a lot
so
of them, yeah.
they were scared that more would die, right? More people who memorized the Quran would die, and that the Quran, and they feared that Quran would be lost because of that, right?
Yeah, because all the main ones that the Qurra, they call it the Qurra, the ones
the Qur'an, exactly.
Yeah, that they're gonna all get unalived. Yeah.
So what happens next?
Do you know what happens next? I know what happens next.
No, then tell me what happens next.
They have a they get together, the companions, the main companions.
Who?
Umar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Umar goes to Abu Bakr, right?
Yeah, and there's the other one. I have to remember the Ibn Masud. One of the.
No, that's later. That's a later one. But Zayd bin Thabit comes up in this.
That's a Zayd bin Thabit.
Okay.
Yeah,
so watch what happens. Umar comes to Abu Bakr. He says, "Hey, you need to collect the Quran and compile it into a book so that we don't lose the Quran." Right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Do you remember what Abu Bakr's response was?
About the compilation.
When Omar suggested that he should compile the Quran in a codex,
not to do it.
Why?
Apparently, it was said not to do it.
Why?
By I don't know what the wine is, but I know that
I'll tell you.
They had a bit of a dispute.
I'll tell you why.
To do it or not. Yeah.
I'll tell you why. Abu Bakr said, "Let me tell you,
to compile it, yeah.
Bro. Let me tell you." Abu Bakr said, "How can you ask me to do something that the Prophet never did?"
Yeah. Sorry.
So, did Muhammad ever compile the Quran? Or did the compilation happen after?
It happened when Uthman done it.
Not Uthman, Abu Bakr. This is before Uthman, dude.
You know, they're deciding. They are deciding whether to do it or not.
And they did it. They ended up doing it. Umar ended up convincing Abu Bakr. Then they got Zayd bin Thabit to come. And Zayd bin Thabit, he was like, you know what his response was?
Go on.
His response was, how can you tell me to do something that the Prophet never did?
That's fine, because that's something new for them all, yes.
So the Quran was never compiled until after Muhammad's death in the reign of Abu Bakr. That's the first time it was compiled. You understand?
Okay. We'll go with that for now.
We're not going to go with that for now. That's what it says. That's what the facts are. All right? So, now with this being said, we have, fast forward a little bit, a few years later, Abu Bakr dies, Umar takes rulership, takes over the land of Basra, puts Abu Musa, as leader over those people. And Abu Musa, after Muhammad's death, is telling us about a chapter that he and other companions used to recite all the time, as long as chapter 9, and they forgot it, except for a little portion. And even this little portion that he reminded us about doesn't exist in any of your Qurans.
Oh, okay, so that's a good point. That's fine.
Thank you.
So, is Abu Musa good friends, or is he okay with Uthman, the Khalif?
I don't know their relationship. I assume so.
But
I don't know their relationship.
Okay, but these are all the disciples of the Prophet, right? These are all the big companions of the Prophet. Agreed, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So they were aware of each other.
Yes.
It's not that Uthman doesn't know about Abu Musa.
Right.
When he compiled it, right?
Right.
So the main point is Uthman is fully aware of what Abu Musa knows and doesn't know.
How do you know that?
So Abu Musa, he said, so when Uthman compiled the Quran, did he just compile the Quran by himself, or do you think this is a big step?
He didn't use Abu Musa.
This is a big step that even they were thinking whether to do it or not. So do you think him being the Khalif is not going to have all the top companions around him?
He didn't, because he didn't even include the 4 companions that Muhammad said you are to take the Quran from, like Ibn Masud, Ubay bin Ka'b, Salim the slave, and I forget the other guy's name. He didn't
So how
he
do you
didn't
know
have
it was
none of those 4 that Muhammad said take the Quran from them, and he didn't have them in his committee of transmitting the Quran.
okay? So how do you know when he was compiling which companions were present and which wasn't?
Because he
present?
tells us
So
he had Zayd
so
bin
we're
Thabit.
going by
He had Zayd bin
assumption, but we
Thabit.
have
He had Zayd bin Thabit, Hisham, and 2 others. Abu Musa was not one of them.
But you don't have any source saying that Abu Musa was not there, right? We don't know. So let's assume that he
let's do
was
this
there.
again, since you need me to teach you your own sources again.
Yeah.
Sahih
But the
Muslim
reason why I have to
4987.
go,
Oh no.
yeah.
Sahih Muslim 4987. Here it is. Show it on the screen right here.
No problem.
Uthman then ordered Zayd bin Thabit, Abdullah bin Azubair, Sa'id bin Alas, and Abdur Rahman bin Harith bin Hisham to rewrite the manuscripts in perfect copies. Uthman said to the 3 Qurayshi men, in case you disagree with Zayd bin Thabit on any point in the Quran, then write it in the dialect of the Quraysh, because the Quran was revealed in their tongue. They did so. And yada, yada, yada. Abu Musa was not part of this committee.
Okay, it's got the names of few companions. So I know we're gonna get a bit cocky here, but it's got the name of few companions, but that doesn't disregard that there was no other companions around him as well.
Are you okay?
Only highlighting, no. He's only highlighting the ones that compiled it, the ones that literally compiled it, but that doesn't mean that when it happened there wasn't other companions around. But the names.
Yeah, do you have a hadith that says that there were other companions that were part of this committee?
No, none of us know. In terms of you don't know, we don't know.
No.
exactly who
You're
was
saying
present. Oh,
that
yeah.
that you have a reason other than
Yeah.
the plain hadith that I showed you.
Yeah.
That there were other companions part of this committee other than what the hadith just named. Do you have a hadith that says so?
No, we don't have any other hadith.
Okay.
The hadith.
So
that
you're
you
just
have
making
about
up stuff. I'm
No,
showing you
not
what your sources
making-
say. You're
No,
making
I'm giving
up stuff.
I'm giving you the different options that would have
Based
been
on
available
what?
at
Made
that
up
time.
stuff?
No, based on the caliber of these companions to be present. Like I said,
Okay.
if you're gonna do something important,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Oud. Do you have anything that says that the companions of that high caliber were part of the committee that Uthman issued, or no?
We only have hadiths like the hadiths you gave of
Thank
certain
you. So you don't
Sahabas.
have anything that says otherwise, right?
Okay, for now.
So
okay.
stop wasting my time with made up stuff. Let's
okay.
deal with what your sources say. Okay. So Abu Musa was not part of this committee. You don't know what
Okay.
Uthman knew about what Abu Musa knew.
Yeah.
For all we knew,
But you
you
don't
knew what
either
I
as
knew,
well.
but I didn't know what he knew. They didn't know nothing.
Exactly. So none of us, I don't know, and you don't know too. Do you understand? You don't know too. So if I ask you, was Abu Musa, was Uthman aware of him? So I can ask you, you don't know for sure because none of us have the evidence. So it's either a possibility that they did know about each other or a possibility that
Of course, they knew about each other. That doesn't mean that they know what each other knows. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So
grant
going
you
with
that they
Abu
don't
Musa, Abu Musa
Yeah.
talks about a chapter that it
Yeah.
does not exist in your Quran today. It
Okay,
was not
that's fine.
abrogated by
Yeah.
Muhammad because this is happening after the fact,
That-
after
that's
Muhammad's
fine.
death.
That's fine.
So it can't be abrogation. So if this chapter is not part of the Quran, then that
Yeah.
means that an alteration occurred, a corruption occurred.
But in terms of even the possibility of abrogation is because I'll tell you how it is that he remembers whatever was revealed to the Prophet, but that was abrogated by something else that was
according to
then-
what?
No, at the time because he's a companion of the Prophet.
Yeah,
So when the
according to
verses
what?
came-
Because
No,
Muhammad's
let me
dead. How can
explain.
something be abrogated?
No,
Brother, you
let's go
wasting
back.
my time.
No,
Oud. You wasting my time.
man, I'm not going to when Muhammad is dead. We are rewinding to when Abu Musa was around the Prophet. Let me make my point. Abu Musa was when the revelation came down, that even with the additions that he had, all of it came down, but whatever he had, he kind of forgot. That was not, you know, some verses were replaced with others, that those verses were replaced with something, some other verses that
Who replaced them?
in the Quran. They're abrogated by verses that we now have in the Quran. Do you understand?
Yeah, who abrogated them?
No, the abrogation happened to when it came to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just told me that you were not going to Muhammad's time because he's dead.
No, I said we have to go back at his time.
All right, so this is what I
there.
need this is what I need from you. One, I need you to lock the heck in if we're going to continue this conversation. I need you to lock the heck in.
Okay, can we
need you to be
focus on
honest.
Abu Musa for a bit?
We're focused on Abu Musa.
Yeah.
So Abu Musa, after Muhammad's death, talks about how the chapter that they used to recite, they forgot. Not that it was abrogated, they forgot it. But this is what he remembers. And then he quotes what he remembers. Where is that part in your Qurans today?
So if he himself forgot, like he forgot, then you know, it's not there. Do you understand? It's not there because he doesn't even remember himself.
Right. So Abu Musa, so Abu
if he's not
Musa
even
and the
there
other
with him,
companions. So Abu Musa and the other companions' failure of memory caused an alteration in the Quran, right? An entire chapter to be gone, right?
No, that's their own loss of memory. That's their memory.
Right.
That
So
it's something
because
that
of
they
their
lack.
loss of memory,
Not the Quran lacked, it's they
I got
lacked
you.
it.
So, but this was a chapter that was part of the Quran, right?
Part of the revelation.
Yep. So it was part of the Quran. And
part of
Abu
the
Musa
Quran.
and his crew, the companions from Abu Musa's time, forgot this chapter. So therefore, because of their failed memory, this chapter doesn't make it into the Quran, right?
Okay, this was part of revelation, but not part of compilation, though.
Got it. So
Do you understand?
the Quran is missing revelation. Is that right? The compilation of the Quran is missing revelation, right?
Okay, for now I can change my answer, but for now let's go. Okay,
you can't change your answer.
No. For now we can say
yes. Okay, so yes, the compiled Quran is missing revelation. So therefore, the compiled Quran is not the whole Quran because it's missing part of the revelation. So therefore, the compiled Quran is a altered or corrupted version because it's missing revelation, right?
Fine. That's not a problem. We don't have a problem.
No, it is a problem. You just admitted that Quran's corrupted.
Oh, okay, so you know everything that we have in the Quran. So if there was additional, for example, what Abu Musa knew, the Prophet was aware, right, of what Abu Musa knew, of course, because it came from the Prophet to Abu Musa, right?
Yeah, hold on.
So
I gotta write what you said down because you said
Yeah.
that there's no problem for you that the Quran is missing revelation. So I just want to make sure.
I'm gonna cover it up now. I'm gonna cover
You're
it.
gonna cover it
very well
up.
now. You know, I have learned your tactics, so I'm gonna.
Oh, really?
I know how it all works. Yeah. I know how it all works.
There's no problem for us that the Quran, that the compiled Quran is missing revelation. Nice, man. May 4th, man. You want to hear what we got so far today, Ud?
Go on.
We got a Muslim said that the Quran is not physically preserved. That same Muslim said the Quran was not meant to be preserved physically. Isn't that crazy to say?
Yeah, listen. I was doing my live and all that. I came and then I heard a bit about him just trying to ignore the hadith as well, and I thought, man, I don't know. We shouldn't have people like that trying to explain. Do you understand? Because they're gonna make a mess out of all this.
Right.
But even
right.
myself, like I said, Logic, you just brought it up yesterday. But the more I will learn about this, I'll have much better answers as well. But I know some of the basics of, this discussion anyway.
Okay.
But we haven't discussed this so much in depth.
Yeah. We got that a Muslim came up and said that Abu Musa was wrong. The companion of the Prophet was wrong. And he also said that Sahih Hadith is just a claim, not evidence. He's a Sunni Muslim, by the way.
Yeah, no, that's totally wrong. Yeah. No, the Hadith is connected to the Quran. So we take the Hadith like kind of how we take the Quran. So the Hadith is very important.
And then watch what this Muslim said. There's no problem for us that the compiled Quran is missing revelation.
Oh, okay. That's
crazy, ain't it?
I know, man. That's crazy. So can I cover this now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like how to defend this?
You're going to defend that? You're going to defend that the Quran has gone through an alteration and a corruption in that the compiled Quran is missing revelation. You're going to fix that up?
No, so let me give you my explanation.
Go ahead.
Okay, so when the revelation came to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it came to not the companions; it came directly to him. Yeah, not you could have thought that it came to companions, so there could have been a bit of a mix-up. If it came to other people. So the main source is not the companions, no one else, but directly from God to Gabriel to the Prophet. So the Prophet is the main source. Sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So he's the main source. So whatever Abu Musa knew or didn't know, that knowledge is also with the Prophet.
The Prophet, that's right.
Exactly. So the Prophet would know.
But he did.
Yeah. So the Prophet knew. Yeah.
He did, though.
Whether Abu Musa forgot later and didn't remember or not remember, that's not the point. But the Prophet knew about it, right?
But he did.
Yeah. So the Prophet knew about this. Yeah. So about the missing. Yeah. So now we're gonna get to the crops of all this. So the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he knew about even what Abu Musa forgot, right? The Prophet knew.
Yeah, he's the one who taught it to him.
Yeah. So if the Prophet
did,
knew,
though.
Yeah. So if the Prophet knew, would he allow these verses not to be not even the compilation to?
Yeah, because he was dead when it was compiled.
He died later. Yeah, but he died later after the revelation came to him.
Right.
But when the revelation came to him,
and before the compilation,
it's not like he took some verses. He had some verses, and he himself forgot, or he didn't notify the companions. So the companions were fully aware of everything that came to him because he would teach it to his companions.
Okay.
So they were aware of all this, right?
And then he did.
And my point is, whatever. Then we have abrogation. We have different three.
You don't have abrogation if he did.
Yeah, not if he died. Yeah.
Right. So he did. So
okay. Yeah. But then Abu Musa came afterwards. But that's later. We're not going to later at the moment. We'll go to later. Yeah, later. Let's like I said, look, this is quite a lot to cover. So
it's not that much to cover at all. It's really simple. Muhammad's dead. Abu Musa forgets verses, and not just Abu Musa, his Abu Musa and the other companions in his generation, they forgot this chapter. They used to recite it, and they forgot this chapter.
Okay, we'll go to Abu Musa's generation in a bit, but let's stick to when the Prophet is there. That's important, because when the Prophet is there, then whatever was all put together, what I'm saying to you,
it wasn't all put together when he was alive.
Okay.
He did.
So if he wasn't involved, let me try and explain to understand this. The Quran came. Which is the first chapter in the Quran?
We don't know.
Now we have Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. We have Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, right? Surah Fatiha now. Yeah.
You might be a fake Muslim. I don't know. You didn't recite that right.
Yeah. And I just done a quick one, but okay.
I don't know. You might be undercover.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. So Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Rahmanir
Okay.
Rahim.
All right, you got your shahada back. I just had the dean check you real quick. But you good.
Don't worry, I'll give you some tajweed lesson to your Christian.
All right.
But okay, so that is the order that we have in the Quran now. But when the Prophet, when Jibril came to the Prophet ﷺ, the first verse was Iqra bismi rabbikal ladhi khalaq, right?
Wait, that's not in the first chapter.
No, but that is the first revelation that came.
Oh,
Read
so
in the name of your Lord in the
Surah Fatiha is just the numbered first chapter, but it's not the first revelation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, nice.
Yeah. So you have to understand that the first revelation is read in the name of your Lord. So Iqra bismi rabbikal ladhi khalaq. I think Surah Qalam.
Okay.
So if that was the case, that the Quran was in that order of revelation, then it would have been all jumbled up. Meaning, the order of revelation that it came in, that if we compiled it in that order, then it would have been different to what we have now. We don't have it in that order of revelation. So that means that the Prophet ﷺ was involved in the change of the order of revelation.
Sure.
Exactly. I know you're going to sleep because you don't want to listen to the main parts of the argument.
All right, look.
The Prophet is involved in the
let me give you this, Oud.
Yeah.
Muhammad was involved in the ordering of the chapters of the Quran.
Exactly.
How does that solve the fact that after his death, chapters were forgotten and they are missing?
These chapters were not as important or something that had to go inside
chapters
the Quran
of the Quran, chapters of Allah's uncreated speech were not as important.
Yeah, because we have abrogation. So with abrogation, when a set of verse comes and then it's abrogated by something better, what does that mean? That Allah says He's the one who sends it down and He can change it.
The Quran.
You're gonna make a mess out of all this, but this is bad.
Oh yes, we're gonna make a whole mess of this. Chapters of Al-Quran were not as important to preserve.
Yeah, because that's why we have abrogation. Yeah,
we're not as important to preserve. Nice. Hey, keep going.
Okay, you're gonna make a blunder of all this. Maybe my wording not as important, but meaning something else needs to be replaced. But okay, fine, you can use that. So the reason why I say that is because when Allah says that we will replace it with something better, that means that when a original revelation comes, it's not as better as something that is being replaced with, right? That whatever is going to replace it is better than what came.
And when does this type of when does this take place?
That's called an abrogation, right?
Right. When does abrogation take place?
The abrogation takes place when, according to a ruling or a change of situation.
No, I mean, like who does it? Like who does the abrogation? Who does it?
No, Allah does the abrogation through the Prophet.
Got it. So
it
happens when Muhammad's alive.
It has to happen only when he's alive. It can't happen.
But he did.
To my knowledge, it can't happen without him. Yeah.
But he did.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah, then there is no abrogation.
Right. So this entire I let you go for a while, right? I let you go.
Yeah.
I let you explain. I let you get it out. I let you put it together. Your entire soliloquy that you just gave me was completely and utterly, unambiguously, unequivocally irrelevant, because the timing that we are discussing is after the death of the Prophet ﷺ. So therefore, there cannot be, an abrogation when the Prophet ﷺ is dead. He dead. Dead. So when Abu Musa and his generation are forgetting verses and remembering portions, and it's not in the compilation of the Quran, then guess what? Quran is corrupted. No abrogation. Because the Prophet ﷺ did.
Calm down, come on, man. You're such a kid sometimes, but oh my God, you need to get your popcorn, man.
No, for real.
But I hope I know. Like I said, look, this one I haven't studied so much in depth, but you understand where I'm getting. I hope you understand where I'm going with this. It's making kind of sense. Are you linking from the Prophet to Abu Musa? Are you?
There's no possible way that you think,
but you understand
what you just broke down
is it not
to
making
me
sense to you?
links to anything or makes or cleans up. There's nothing that you said that can clean up. There is no problem for us that the compiled Quran is missing revelation, because this missing revelation was not abrogated. It was just forgotten.
Oh, okay. I wanted to now. I've got a bit of evidence for you. We've done a lot of talking, so I wanted to ask you something in terms of my knowledge from what I know. So I didn't know about this verse about Mr. Meaning Abu Musa radiallahu anhu, but when I read it, we have this in our hadith, and we have this is very common. For example, when this part, if there were two valleys, you read that before with other guy, that if there was two valleys of riches for the son of Adam, he would long for a third, right? And nothing would fill his stomach until he tastes dust. Adam but becomes dust. So that's something that we know from our scholars teach us this anyway.
Where's that in your Quran?
So how comes I am aware of this?
Because your hadith talks about how this used to exist.
Exactly.
But
so the scholars
but it hasn't. It wasn't preserved.
Check this out, logic. Look,
wait.
This out,
so, but it wasn't preserved.
So although it's not in the Quran that we have now, that because in our religion, look, it's very vast. The religion we have Da'if hadith. You know Da'if hadith for a reason, that you have Sahih, Hassan, and Da'if. The Da'if
Brother,
hadith.
please, you know me. Please don't waffle.
I'm gonna relate it. I'm gonna relate it. Let me just quickly land the point.
Please, because you're going on something that has no relevance. I've been listening long enough.
No. Let me connect it. You'll understand why I'm going there. It's important because this is part of hadith. What I'm just reading now.
So you're just saying that in Islam you have a corpus of information that's available even in weak hadith and stuff, right?
Yeah. So my point is, that's for the viewers as well, that every hadith that we're taking, it should have only been Sahih or Hassan, right? That we are taking, we know the grade. So if something is weak, why should we take from it? But the reason is,
who cares? It's Sahih, bro. We're not dealing with the weak hadith, dude.
I'm coming. But even if a hadith has a label weak, we should have chucked it under the bus. But what I'm saying to you, we still keep it because we don't want to miss any information, although the classification is not very strong.
So what?
So just like that, this verse, although Abu Musa remembered a bit of it or not, that we haven't, this hasn't gone under the bus, is still in our doctrine.
But it's not in your Quran, right?
That's fine.
Okay, that's fine.
But
so it's wait. So you're saying it's
yeah,
fine for the Quran to not have been fully preserved?
Okay, your wording is, yeah, like
Is that a yes? It's fine that the Quran is not fully preserved.
I'm not gonna answer it like that because you're gonna it's gonna come out wrong.
No, there's only one way it can come out.
No, I'm not gonna do.
Well, actually,
yes and
two
no
ways.
because
You can answer truthfully, or you
no,
can lie.
no. I'm not gonna do. I'm gonna. Disney's explanation is complicated.
No, that's not the answer to my question because you just said it's fine. So it's fine that the Quran is not fully preserved. Is that correct? Yes or no?
No, it's not fine. No.
Thank you. So then, since it's not fine that the Quran is not fully preserved, the fact that you have missing chapters and missing verses is not okay, and therefore you have a big problem with your religion that you got to talk to your boys about.
Okay, so those verses are they the foundation of the book? Like this one that says.
Yeah, it's pretty clear. Yep, because the Quran says that the foundation of the book are the clear. The Quran says that the foundation of the book are the clear verses, right?
Okay, I'm gonna now get you with what we just read now. Okay, so logic, you have to test your knowledge.
I have to go, man.
Do you have to go?
I've been live for 4 hours. I gotta go.
Just give me a few minutes. Let me just.
I gave you more. I've talked to you longer than we talked to any one guest so far because I love you.
No, I know. We can carry this on our panel as well.
Yeah, we can. If you're live like tomorrow or something, I'll join you and bring this.
Just give me a few minutes before I forget because you kind of build up. Do you have to go take a break?
Yeah, I'm like done. I need to eat. I need to see my wife.
All right then.
I love you, man. Look, write your thought down somewhere. Like write it down.
I got it all in my. I kind of got it all in my head.
Okay. I'll be doing this topic Wednesday too.
Okay, you can come on my panel as well. I can carry on, and I don't mind coming to your panel because, like I said, the more I read on it, or I read more on it, I know about the child of Adam. If he wants more, he's gonna want more. Another mount, So when I read this, I thought I already knew about this. It's not something new, totally new. Do you get it?
But it is.
Yeah.
All right.
But now I was gonna make some points, but I kind of forgot now.
Okay, I'll try to remind you next time. But you have a good rest of your day.
You're doing the same topic for a few days. Are you doing it tomorrow?
I'm doing the same topic for the rest of the week.
You're doing it tomorrow?
Wednesday.
Oh, okay. Tomorrow's Wednesday though.
Tomorrow's Tuesday. Oh well, for you.
Yeah.
For you, it's Tuesday right now, huh?
Yeah. So you do it around this time, innit?
Yeah, around this time. Yeah.
So give me listen as I speak to you because everyone just runs off. When are you normally busy for the debate? Give me a timing that you can come on my panel because you just randomly come and we're not prepared. Normally,
I surprise you guys.
You come now, but maybe it's too much for you. But normally, I do it in the evening, UK time 7 p.m.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
is that okay for you?
Yeah, that's usually fine for me.
So you start around like this time, a bit earlier.
Yeah, like 4 hours ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why it's a bit problem. Yeah,
it's late for you when I start.
Yeah. But, okay, let me know what time you're normally available, and like you normally come, you can come even a bit early. Come even a bit earlier if you're free. Even tomorrow, we can carry on with this. Even on my panel, your panel, no problem.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, man. You have a good rest of your day. Man. Okay.
Yeah, it was a good discussion. But if I was more prepared, hopefully tomorrow, then it'll be better discussion.
Yeah, I want you at your best. I want you at your absolute
no worries,
best.
Man.
All right.
No
peace.
problem. At least we build it up, the discussion. All right, no worries, man. And everyone, God bless you all. Take care. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Wa barakatuh. Wa masih.
Wa alaikum.
Oh, wow. That's cold. Okay. Wow. What a time, right? What a time. Gotta love Oud, man. Gotta love Oud. My guy. You guys enjoy this? You guys enjoy this topic? You guys enjoy this topic? You guys enjoy the fact that we got to basically fill out almost a whole page from today? So this part's from May 1st, but the rest of this, all of this is just from today. That's all from today, ladies and gentlemen. The Quran is not physically preserved. The Quran was not meant to be preserved physically. Sahih Hadith is just a claim, not evidence. Abu Musa was wrong. The suckling wasn't physical. Can you prove that? There's no problem for us that the compiled Quran is missing revelation. And chapters of the Quran were not as important to preserve. From this topic, I might need to get a new book by the end of the week. Crazy work. I might have to get a new book by the end of the week, ladies and gentlemen. So check this out, y'all. Rabbi Eduardo is live with our guy Ash right now. They're debating, I believe, Rabbinic Judaism, I believe. So I'm going to go ahead and redirect the live over there. So you guys can support. Please support Rabbi Eduardo. Support the brother Ash. He's doing excellent work. Excellent work. If you guys want to learn how to answer Rabbinic Judaism, man, these guys are the go-tos. Got a super chat here. Al Zarkowski, page 122, author Al Sayudi. Mass transmission readings from the prophet need more consideration, i.e. doubt. This proves that mass transmitted readings from the 7 readings are to us only. There is no proof linking 7 readings to the prophet. Ooh! Ooh! So, Yudi, why you doing it like that to him, man? What is a conformity? It's crazy. Bro, you are a champ. You zooted Muhammad Hijab. No. Given what has come out recently about Hijab, I think he might enjoy that concept of being zooted. We don't want to use that language with Hijab, man. Hijab he might like that. I don't want to pique his interest at all in any sense. Definitely not in no zut sense. Definitely not in no zut sense. God bless you, God, Logic, and your family. Love you for what you're doing. Keep it up. May the Lord Jesus Christ watch and protect you all the days of your life. Amen. And as a brother in Christ, Yeshua, thank you for giving me the confidence to get back. Amen. That's awesome. That's awesome, awesome, awesome. A lot of these Muslims must be related to Boo Boo the Fool and Bozo the Clown. Y'all is something else, man. Can any Muslim orally recite the verse about the sucklings? Can any Muslim recite the whole part of the son of Adam wanting a third valley? It's a good question. Maybe that might be, you know what? That might be the question and the test on Wednesday. On Wednesday, we're going to ask them to recite. Recite it for us then. Recite the verses of the suckling, the 5 sucklings. Recite those verses. Recite the whole passage about the third valley. The son of Adam wanting a third valley. I would love that. Avery says, if he's reciting surah, he's reciting verses, correct? Random live viewer. Random live viewer jit. Yes. Avery. Okay, then what the hell are you on about then? Y'all gotta forgive me, man. Y'all gotta forgive me. Avery be busting out that handy dandy notebook the way Steve from Blues Clues did. Yeah. Yes, sir. All Muslims do is speak a lot of lies. That's clever. I'm not going to hold you. That is clever. Why do they shuffle right to Muhammad isn't the last prophet? How do they not see this? Yeah. Hello, brother. Have you seen Rob Opinion? I have not. It's so funny how he debunks Islam. It's hilarious. God bless you, brother. Yeah, I have not seen Rob Opinion. I have not seen that. Fantastic debate with Mr. Hijab. Now this coward is more like a diaper than hijab. God bless. Pretty good. This is the belt that is supposed to replace the big dawah guys. MashaAllah. He dead. Avery, the unlettered Christian. Oh, man. Read this guy something, anything from the real scripture of the Bible. See if his soul recognizes the voice of the shepherd. Yeah, maybe next time with Oud. You know, I taught Oud earlier. He was on the panel with me. We were going over John 17:3, and they were objecting to that. And he was the only Muslim that was honest with how the explanation matched and made sense. So shout out to Oud. He can be honest sometimes, man. But he gonna try to figure it out. He can be honest, but he's gonna try to find a way to where, you know, like he can defend Islam or keep his point. He'll try to find a way. He'll fight for it. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and head out. My voice is very tired. I love you all. Thank you all for the super chats. I'm sorry I didn't get to read them all. I'll try to get better at finding times to read the super chats during the live stream, a chunk of them. But I really do appreciate it. It goes so far and a long way. We're able to do so many things because of how you guys give without even having to be asked. So love you guys. Love you so much. And I'll see you guys on Wednesday. And you already know that the only thing we do around here is what?
What's the only thing we ain't in believing all that? We just read. This what your book said, don't blame me. We just read. This what your book said, don't blame me. Hey, here's a challenge for you. Open up your book. Can you read it and explain to us how Allah ain't a crook? I see you can make it pretty, but it's not a